are that well, there's the Industrial Revolution, and for the first time ever, there's economic growth. Like if you look at economic growth on a chart, it basically doesn't exist until the Industrial Revolution.
There's just different apportionments.
Yes,
well.
yes. So for the first time ever, human beings escaped the back-breaking poverty of nature. You know what I mean?
Or they escaped zero-sum economics.
Yes, right. Zero-sum economics, but just
where people got rich by looting. Now you can get rich by creating things that didn't exist.
And we could raise the standard of living in a meaningful way, in very basic, ways. And also there was the abolition of slavery, which just would have seemed like that was the way of the world for all of human history. And I'm saying the abolition of slavery in the West. Obviously, there were other parts of the world that still had it.
Yeah.
And then the Industrial Revolution was in the West also. So, but
Hello, welcome to How About New? Let's make America real again. What do you guys say? Was it ever real to begin with? We're gonna dive into it. Because you guys just know what you were taught, right? What the narrative was in school, especially in elementary school. Because they're not gonna teach children like teach fairy tales just like they do for Christmas and Easter. You know what I mean? Here, practice these rituals. It's weird. So I seen I seen this Dave Smith guy. Okay. There's a couple people I want to go over with. Not address really, because I don't know anything personally about any of these people. I just know what I see. And Dave Smith is very consistent with his behaviors, right? Here, let me do all this for a second. Right? He's very consistent with his behaviors. But that's the other thing. I seen him on Andrew Wilson, The Crucible. Andrew's pretty good at debating the way the system debates. He usually goes right to the narrative, so he wins basically. If you go anything past that, he won't be able to do it. If you throw the truth out there immediately, it's over with. There is no debate, right? How do you debate truth? You can't. Everything else is just theory. Prove the truth is wrong, though, right? Can't. And that's what math and science is for, is to prove things are real, not to create ideas about what it is. So are all scientists in modern age right now considered conspiracy theorists because there's so many theories that they have created to lead to nothing but profit gain. Does it make them smart, or does it just make them useless and not real scientists? Just saying. What is science? The study of stuff, right? What's math? Math is supposed to be taking the study of stuff from science and turning it into a mathematical form so that you can physically see it on a piece of paper on basically one dimension. Piece of paper, you write it, it's on one dimension. It's written on a piece of paper, one dimension, piece of paper. Right? So you broke it down to the point where you had to break it down in one dimension to be able to understand it? That doesn't make any sense. Are you that primitive that you need to use math so much? You have to break it down to a one-dimensional state property. Doesn't make no sense, does it? You're like, well, this. When my primitive brain can't figure things out, I do all this, so it makes it really complicated to everyone else that knows it already. And it's just gibberish. You know what I mean? It's voodoo, if you ask me. It makes you stupid. And a lot of it don't make any sense because the math principle theories are... You're literally creating a theory based off another theory. That's what string theory is. Everlasting theories of nothingness. Just like that other equation we did. It's literally the mathematical formula to the word troll. Like what a troll is, like trolling somebody. That's the mathematical formula to that theory that they use too. It's how to troll somebody in mathematical one-dimensional form. Because math is one-dimensional. And it's funny because these space experts, they're like, well, if outside beings would communicate with us, they would use math. Why? And when they're on a higher plane aspect level, why would they use the most primitive way of doing shit? The first form of communication was what? Smoke signals, or well, that wasn't. That's what natives, tribes did it, you know, when you lost connection to who you could really be and who you were as people, and, you know, human beings, whatever you want to call themselves, like, what is it? Homo sapiens, human beings, humans, man, woman, trans. Like, there's so many different damn names for one species. It's male, female. It's that simple. There's two different. But all that shit don't matter. It does to a certain extent. It defines what your sex is, right? Right. Okay, let's move on. Because you guys don't want to know the truth of why all the other shit exists or pop into someone's head one day and they're like, "Hey, let's try doing this." Okay, we don't want to talk about that. If anyone wants to talk about that, I can talk about somebody about that, like, because it's real truth of why all that shit used to exist in the past, in the ancients, when the gods were living with everybody. But anywho, we're going to touch on Dave Smith, and we're also going to be touching on, because he just did a video with Tucker, I guess, today. Yeah, 1 hour ago. Look at that. Yeah. He's talking about the Mossad, World War II myths, FBI cover-ups, and Trump's critical next move in Iran. Trump has no critical move. He has somebody using an AI system like this to figure out how to do what he's going to do. And it's not working at all. And they're reporting back to him. And now they're basically on a string theory spectrum, just trying things because they don't understand what they're doing. Because this right here, it sucks. You can't use that. They just put it into the pentagram, like, or pentagon. I keep calling it the pentagram. It's shaped like one. I mean, look at it. It's a 5-point damn star. It's symbol of evil. I'm not saying the United States is evil, because it's not. The government is, but, and I think a lot of it's not. It's just how it is. And the people at the bottom who are like state governments, they don't understand the severity of what they're getting themselves into. You're joining one of the biggest clubs that you can never turn back out of. You better get that through your head, whoever wants to become a politician in the future. You're joining a club that you either become evil or you become evil. And then you guys play games with each other who can be more diabolical, and it's a game to them. It's how they play a game and live their lives. They call it the club, they call it the matrix. There's so many different names for it. But both sides are almost one and the same, but one is probably way off the spectrum of doing it on a level way out of control. And to be honest, me personally, I don't think Trump understood what he was stepping into. I mean, there's countless videos of, here, we'll check it out real quick. Trump. Oh shit, why we got a caps on? Trump talks about heaven. Like, he was quoting, like, this is for the last 5 months. Here, let's pause this real quick. Let me turn it up for you girlies, because I turned it down the other day. Yeah. He's so goofy. No. Look at him. Eh. This is October 12th last year. He's on Air Force One or boarding it or whatever he's doing. I don't know. I don't follow politicians. He's not a politician. That's the thing. And like I said, he didn't know what he was getting involved with. And I truly think he thinks that he's a messiah. And because of the way the Bible's written, everybody's like, it's true. AI told us he was, and this rabbi said he was. And yeah, it's a coup. You know the story in the Bible about the whole sacrifice thing? Who do you think they're going to sacrifice? Has anybody thought about that? Remember, Jesus had to sacrifice himself for everybody's sins. Are you willing? Are you about to do this for everyone, Trump? Are you going to sacrifice yourself? I'm just kidding. Or am I? He's a rabbi, and I saw this in a clip. Where is it? There's rabbis that think that Trump is an actual Messiah. See if we can find it. Here it is. Some religious King Cyrus comparison. Some rabbis and supporters, particularly those associated with the Temple Mount movement, have compared Trump to King Cyrus of Persia, who allowed Jews to return to Israel and build the temple. Who the hell? Divine agent views? Various religious leaders have described Trump as God's emissary to the global battle against evil and believes his actions are directed by God. Who said this? Divine agent? Agent of stupidity? He's using this. They've all been using this, okay, for a long time. Back in 2015, when it was Trump versus Hillary, and he brought up the system that they use, this is what he was talking about. This is how they do the everything. And they've been using it for a very long, over 100 years. This is how Britain in Europe defeated Napoleon, by using an algorithm system just like this to predict futures by using math sequences. And it's usually by the Bible, because the world is ran on a repeat cycle of the Bible. And the scientists and mathematicians figured this out. If the Vatican didn't know this, I don't know how the Vatican actually works, because I've never checked into it. I know Peter Thiel is involved with it, but I don't find Peter Thiel that intelligent. I think he's good at using this, or maybe creating this. I don't know. I don't know exactly what he does, but he's tied into all this as well. And he is an AI expert. And I don't know how he actually stands. So everybody's saying, oh, he's the Antichrist, he's the this and that. Maybe he is. If he's the one that's like trying to permanently lock code this, it's not going to work. It's definitely not going to work. It can't work. There's no way for you to do that. Okay? Like I explained earlier, this way right here is literally just for research. That's all it should be for. This kind of shit right here. Truthful research. And if it doesn't give you truthful information, it's not about searching the rabbit hole and jumping through the rabbit hole to find the rabbit. The rabbit, when I say I'm going to dig, I already have the rabbit. It's time to dig down to where his burrow was. I walk right over top of where the hole mound is, and then I dig until we get right to the hole of where he was and all his information. I don't follow his past. Fuck that. I go with this. There is no searching the rabbit hole. And you guys are searching a termite mound. Like legit. Old redwood just chopped in half. Fall down. Been sitting there 10,000 years, let's say. Not even that long. Let's just say like 100 years. Tree been sitting there. 100, 200 years, redwood. Termites all over it. That's what you guys are digging through. That's what this is. That's why I say if you don't know how to actually talk to this thing when you're in deeper AI mode, it's not going to give you, it'll give you a narrative because it's programmed that way. It's a math sequence. It's going to push true and false, and then it's going to push information code, and then it's going to push this code. This is coding. And then it's going to push another code, another code, another code, another code, another code, another code, whatever it is. However the code sequences are set up for that particular AI system. Okay? When they say don't talk to it like it's your friend, no, talk to it like it's your pet. Tell this thing what you want. Because that's what it is. This right here is treat it like your pet. Make it give you your information. Treat it like it's your kid. Like, hey, yeah. Especially if there's a lot of people that search stuff who do stuff independently and they don't use this kind of stuff. And if they were to use it and look up stuff that they know that they know professionally in their own expertise by doing it, and they look it up on here and they know it's not accurate, then what? Some stuff it's by experience, right? But truth with information is on a whole different aspect level, especially when it's twisted the actual reality of truth. That makes sense. It always makes sense because truth always makes sense. Truth always wins. Look at him. And I mean, I don't think Trump had any idea what he was stepping into, and I think he truly got tricked into believing he was the Messiah. Torah. He's going to run the Torah, see? Trump has visited the grave of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, a significant location for many Orthodox Jews. He was gifted a silver Torah crown. See, he got crowned the Torah king. You guys voted for this. This is what happens when you guys don't look stuff up. And you guys, that's why they're pushing him so hard and defending him. He's considered a king in Israel already. Cyrus comparison. Religious scholars, some rabbis have compared Trump to Cyrus the Great, a non-Jewish king who helped the Jewish people. This view holds that Trump can be a tool to... my tongue gets twisted trying to speak lies. Like, it's straight fucking bullshit. That's God's like, I can't even read this properly. It's like, how dare you say that? I don't even know who this is. This is the bad thing. Persian, commonly known as Cyrus the Great, has the founder of Achaemenid. Is that what that says? Who knows? Americans don't know how to translate. Well, it's not the Americans. It's the English language. It's translated completely, totally out of aspect. And America made it more complicated and disoriented. Hailing from Persia. Why do you guys want a Persian? Let me ask you guys this, okay? Let me ask you guys this. Make this make sense. They keep calling Iran Persia, right? Ancient Persia. If this is the case, then why are they saying he's the Messiah to Persia? If Iran is ancient Persia, make that make sense? So he's corrupted. He's supposed to be helping Iran. Iran's the chosen ones. What's the chosen one? We went over this on another video. Do I think Iran is being spiritually protected? Probably. Who knows? Maybe. Who knows? You guys won't let nobody see anything, so maybe. Could be. I don't live over there, so I don't know. I haven't seen it. I don't know anybody that lives over there. I got a friend that knows, like, she's got family that lives over there, but I don't know her personally like that. She's just someone I've met through life. But, yeah. Stated that Trump has a divine mission and that God chose him to bring blessings to the world. Has he done that? No, he hasn't. Emissary in battle. He has no idea what he's doing. This is the thing. And this is the thing about Greenland. And I don't want, like, nobody can say shit. Because I already talked to AI about this. And this is how I know that they're using the AI system. And I just know because I know the truth. But the fact that I literally had a conversation almost with an AI system regarding Greenland and the mining operations. And I literally basically told the AI, I was like, that's a stupid idea. That's a totally stupid idea for Trump to do that. And I wasn't trying to call Trump stupid. The resource information where Trump got this from was terrible resource information. It was almost sabotage. And he believed it and ran with it hard. Okay? I'm not going to say where his resource information came from. It's on the internet. It's from China. That's what him and China were talking about, how mining operations work, because China's the expert at mining. They mine a lot of shit, okay? They still, to this day, mine a lot of shit. They're the expert miners. So he went to them, and the information he basically told them, there's no rare pockets of rare earth minerals in the United States worth any value to anybody. The shit that is here and the shit that we already have stockpiled that came from here, everyone else has it already stockpiled because it's what you get from mining. Get it? It's stuff that comes from the mining process of trying to find the rare ones. So there's an abundance of that shit on the planet, okay? Nobody needs that shit. They have their own from mining. America was sucked dry way before it was founded, okay? This area of land was totally sucked dry in the ancients, okay? Let's just leave it at that. This grounds of America, where the Hopi used to live. Hopi, Hopi, Hopi. The ant people. The Mayans. It was all like one continent at once. You know. Half a Pangea. You guys call it Pangea. Isn't that what you guys call it? Pangea. Pangea. But this is why Everybody pushes Trump so hard. And if you truly believe this, there's something wrong with you. And if this is the thing, expressed hopes in 2016 for Trump to lead a dialogue of peace from the Temple Mount. Movement to build the third temple. This is the guy that told him. This is the guy that originally told him. Judah Jesua Glick. Yehuda Joshua Glick, or Yehuda Glick, alternatively spelled Yehuda Glick. How does Yehuda turn into Joshua? I'm really confused by that. American Orthodox Jewish Israeli rabbi and politician described as a right-wing or far-right activist. This is the guy that pronounced Trump a messiah. This guy right here. There's nobody. He's an Israeli Orthodox rabbi and politician. So this is what they're pushing. So everybody asking, oh, why do they keep pushing all this Jewish shit and all this Zion? It's not even Jewish. It's Zionist. It's Zionism. They're even taking over your religion, calling it Zionism now, and merging two of them together, which makes no sense. They want to merge the First Testament and the Second Testament into one testament to create a New Testament, which is basically the final testament of Zionism, which has been the fucking plan for a very long time. It's the whole reason they did this for hundreds and hundreds of years and created all these different religions based by the same shit for you guys to argue about, for them to just be like, okay, this is just the one right here. This is the law. Talmud law, Torah law. This is what life is. No, it's not. That's not anything to do with God. Which God? Moloch? Because all this shit here, there it is. And if you want to be involved with this, I don't know. I'm not. I know my God's not. Let's just put it that way. My Holy Spirit's not. My truth's not. Because their God's Moses. Hell no. One of the worst gods ever. Or whatever you want to call him. Moses. That's why he had to give up his people to Joshua. Or Yeshua. This Yehuda. Yehoshua. This does not translate to Joshua in ancient Hebrew. See, it's Jesus. See, this guy right here that we just looked up is basically saying that he's Jesus. Where's it? Where? Oh, this guy here thinks he's Jesus. Because Yehoshua means Jesus. So he's Lord Baal. Okay? This is one of Lord Baal. His name literally means Jesus. Okay? Get that through your head. Which means Lord. Which means Baal. Do you guys get this? And yes, I am calling this dude out, whoever that guy was that we just seen. Where is he at? So tired of this fake shit. So Jesus anointed God, or God, Jesus anoints Trump. Oh my goodness. This is insane. This cannot be. Oh my goodness. I think this is the biggest story ever. Jesus anoints Trump as the chosen one, Messiah. So is he Jesus? This guy thinks he's Jesus. Jesus. This guy. He thinks he's Jesus. What's Yehuda mean? I want to open up a new tab. Praise Jesus. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this setup. Look at this great ass setup. Look at how they're is the Hebrew form ancient. Look at this setup. See how quick my brain puts shit together? Why doesn't anyone else's do this? Like, I don't understand it. Meaning to give thanks or to acknowledge. We're going to go with to acknowledge. Because if we keep taking it, this time I will praise the Lord. Yes, see, now we're... Anything that has to do with Lord is ball. Look at that. The four-letter name of God with the addition of the letter dialect. Look at this. This guy is basically claiming to be Jesus right here. He's Jesus, everybody. He thinks he's Jesus. Yeshua. His name is Yeshua. And his full name means Jesus, praise thee. This time I will praise the Lord. So, Trump, the cat's out the bag. I just opened up and put everybody out there and said, look at, it's Jesus. His name's literally Jesus. Look at him. Oh my goodness, we found Jesus, everybody. We found Jesus. Oh my goodness. I found Jesus. I found Trump's Jesus. You see how quick I did this? This was so simple. So I just prophesied. Look at Jang. I just prophesied Jesus. I prophesied that this man right here is going to be Jesus. I had to change the title. I had to. I'm sorry. We just had to change the title on that. I have to change my titles now. Like, this is nuts. This is knuckin' futs. And he anointed him a king? Is he the one anointing people? No, I don't think so. Look at this guy. Like, who is he? I don't even want to look up the rest of his name. This guy thinks he's Jesus. everybody. And his name is literally Jesus. It translates to Jesus. This is not. You see how his name is spelled wrong? His name's spelled wrong. Where's his whole name at? I just had it. His whole name. His name is Yehuda Yehoshua Glick. Glick is just an American fucking name, I guess. This is not Joshua in English. Why would this be Joshua? Yah does not translate to Jah, okay? Jah didn't have a sound back in the day. This is not correct to going from this to this. This is the way he's using it, but he's Jewish. He's Jehuda Joshua, and he's claiming that he's Yehuda. Jehuda does not mean Yehuda, and Joshua does not mean Yehoshua. Sorry. This is a lie. He thinks he's Yahweh. I'm calling this dude out. I'm calling you out. Are you Jesus? Do you think you're Jesus? Why are you telling Trump that he's a king and you're nobody? I didn't even know who you were, buddy. I had to look you up and decode your name that they've decoded wrong for you. This Yehuda Glick. We found him, everybody. We found Jesus. Well, I don't even want to look anything into him because I already know he's not. He's not even portraying to be one. He's being the hidden one. Divine mission. Who's this guy? Who's he claiming to be? He's just claiming to be Yehuda Glick. Temple Mount, Glick is a blah, 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 blah. Jerusalem Foundation, founder of the Liba, freedom of access and worship of Jews, Temple Mount. Glick was the target of an assassination attempt by Mutzes, whoever this is, a member of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad outside the Mohican, whatever. In Jerusalem, Glick was shot 4 times but survived the attack after a long recovery. He's definitely not a messiah if he's getting shot at. He's a fake. I was born in the United States and made Aliyah to Israel in 1974. Settlement in the West Bank, and his father of 8. His first wife, Yafa, died into that stroke, and he was married to Hadastassin. This dude's been married multiple times. Glick was a member of the Knesset MK for the party from May, blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. That kept all the Jews completely out of the way of this. It doesn't matter. See, We found it. There's the connection. This guy, Yehuda Glick, being mentioned in the Epstein files as documenting flight logs. There is no record of it. While some high-profile Israeli figures, most notably former Prime Minister Ehud Barak, have been identified in these documents as having social or business associations with Epstein, Glick's names has not appeared in these lists, schedules, or flight records. So, this guy did. I don't know who he is either. But this guy, lawsuits against Iran, Glick, and several family members were named as plaintiffs in Forced Islamic Republic of Iran legal action related to terrorism. What is this? This is just filed this year. What is all this? Bunch of bullshit, legal shit. Motion to exempt, sealed documents. They put all these names in here that mean nothing for no fucking reason. Oh, let's just mention everybody who's present in the courthouse so we can just take up a bunch of space for no fucking reason. Why don't you just mention the truth and get over with it? See how they complicate your law system so nobody wants to read their shit? And it's not reading anything, it's just a bunch of names. You know what I mean? There's a bunch of names who are present. But it's just repeat, because AI's doing it. You think a human's typing all this shit out? You lost your mind. Those people don't do nothing but answer phones that work at those buildings. AI is running the whole place. Controversies. There's no controversy, and this is what it is. He's for the greater Israel. He's for Israel first, greater Israel movement. He's been anointed king by Jesus. You guys get it now? This is why they push him so damn hard, because behind the scenes, Trump is King Cyrus, and Jesus is this other guy, the one that made him king. This is the guy that anointed him the Messiah. So basically, when he did that, he's like, yeah, you're king now. No, I don't think so. This guy needs to be held for his actions. This guy right here. He's father of 8 kids. Or that's his family. Oh wait, is this him? He lives in the West Bank. Yeah, he's got 8 kids already. Yeah. This guy needs to be questioned and held for his actions, because he's claiming to be Jesus. And this is who Trump's talking about. It has to be, because his name translates to everything. And he's the one that coined him as the Messiah. Right here. This is not... So he's Jesus and Yeshua. This means Yeshua. It doesn't mean Jesus. I wish they would stop. Jesus is an English word. So how can you translate an English word? You know what I mean? There is no English translation to That's the thing. That's what Jesus. That's why the word Jesus made no sense to nobody, because it was the first actual English translation of ball. Jesus. Because now there is no translation to it after that. It's Jesus. That's our Lord, Ball, and Savior. Which is this guy. He's Ball. In that aspect, he's Ball. And that's why they're combining all the religions. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Wah, wah, wah. So what are we doing? What are we doing? Let me know. I mean, it's this. This is it. I'll be right back. Everybody should just take that in. But this is what happened. He's Jesus. He even looks like him, see? We looked him up. He looks just like Jesus, doesn't he? He is Jesus. Like, he tries to look like Jesus. I don't think so. You guys all think he's Jesus? Because all the Israel people do. Look at him. This is crazy. What? No way. Okay, so here's Jesus, everybody. For everybody was wondering, this is Jesus. This is nuts. It's not nuts. Look, see how easy it was to do this? Look at it. Here he is all sick with a tube sticking up his nose. I thought Jesus was miracles and he doesn't require science and all that stuff to get better. What happened, buddy? You're not no Jesus. Whatever. You might be Jesus. You are Jesus because Jesus means Lord Paul. You're Lord Paul if you're claiming to be Jesus in that aspect, because the word Joshua doesn't translate to Jesus. I'm sorry. There is no translation from Jesus to English. Do you guys understand this? It's a made up word that's always stuck with Jesus, the Lord Savior. That's why nobody names their kid Jesus. That's like forbidden. Except for Mexicans to do it, and it means Jesus. Jesus. That's what it means. Jesus. Hail Zeus. And over in Mexico, it means Jesus. Ask any Puerto Rican. Ask anybody from South America. When their name is Jesus, it's Jesus. I know. I grew up with some named Jesus. I was like, your name is Jesus? They're like, no, my name is Jesus. I'm like, oh, that's cool. I see it now. Jesus. Jesus. You're not Mexican, buddy. This is ridiculous. The government is so ridiculous. It's the Republicans Party. Here we go, everybody. Here's Jesus that proclaimed Trump the Messiah and said, this guy is King Cyrus. All right. Well, let's deep dive on King Cyrus now. Okay. King Cyrus. Because we all know who Trump is. That's the kind of thing, too. Trump's been pretty consistent with who he is, but not all the way. Because you don't know what he does when he's off camera. The Anointed One, Book of Isaiah, Mashika. making him the only non-Jewish figure in the Bible to hold this title. Ending the 70-year Babylonian captivity of the Jewish people. Biblical role. Cyrus is celebrated in the Hebrew Bible, conquering Babylon. Oh, really? So, you're going to conquer yourself? That doesn't make any sense. You're supposed to be conquering Babylon, buddy. Biblical role. Cyrus is celebrated in the Hebrew Bible for conquering Babylon and ending the 70-year Babylonian captivity of the Jewish people. The edict restoration, he issued a decree allowing Jews to return to Jerusalem and activity, finance, and rebuilding of the Second Temple. Oh my gosh. Trump, please. You don't understand what this is. He doesn't understand scripture. Do you guys? It says it right here. It kind of does. It has nothing to do with what he's doing. The Babylonians are basically Israel, buddy. You're helping the Babylonians instead of helping the Jewish people. The real, what you define Jewish people, which are the slaves to the system. You're seriously helping the system still. You're not supposed to be doing that. You're doing the opposite of what was supposed to be doing. You know what I'm saying? What is he doing? He's going against scripture. Because the Babylonians are basically Baal. Get it? Got it? Good. That's the Jews that are preoccupying Israel, the Zionists. That's Babylonian. And it's not Babylonian like that, because Babylonian was conquered as well. They use Babylonian as a cover shield of Zion. But it's Zion to the core. You can see their mark on Saturn. At the pole. See, supporters argue that just as God used Cyrus, a pagan king who did not follow the Jewish faith, to save Israel, he can use Trump to achieve divine goals despite personal flaws or a non-traditional religious background. Imperfect vessel. Jerusalem and embassy. The primary catalyst for the comparison was Trump's decision to recognize Jerusalem as Israel's capital and move the U.S. embassy there. What? He put the U.S. embassy in Jerusalem? What? Why? Harry Truman got this title. You see this? Was formal state of Israel in 1948. The guy that started all this bullshit that's going on right now with Israel. This is the guy that started this shit. We went over this too, Harry Truman. He's the one that basically signed all the Jewish mob families into the United States and gave them, he took all the crime lords out of the United States prisons that were basically being ran by British people were sent over here as basically group people to cause havoc in the United States, to cause spending, so that printing had to be done. This is all sabotage from Britain. It's been going on since a very long time. 1880, okay? It's the British royal family doing all this shit. Whoever wrote the shit in 1883 to create the Zionist movement to recruit Jewish people at the time in 1880 to 1900, they were pre-planning starting World War I. Britain was 30 years almost before the war actually started. Britain was pre-planning it, premeditating it, and writing up propaganda and actual promises, because they owned Palestine at the time. They ran Palestine at that time because who conquered it? Napoleon did. And when Napoleon was gone, Britain came in and took the spoils, like they always do. They always come in and be like, it's ours now. We didn't do shit to get it besides sabotage the shit out of everything, but it's ours now just because we're your saviors. No, you guys are literally assholes, really, more than anything. It's the Britons trying to take back America. That's what this war should really be about. And it's literally Britain against the world, the planet, not the people. They're mind controlling everybody, but with money and all this bullshit propaganda, they control all this. It's really rooted down to the Jewish Zion, Jewish Britain, whatever you want to call it. It's so many different names, but it's Zion in originality. That's why it's written in the King James Version of Christianity about Zion and Zionism, to basically put them to death if they try to portray themselves as the Jews. That's the thing. What is a Jewish person? The Jewish term doesn't exist. It'd be Jewish. Jewish. It's Jewish. Because J didn't exist. So the J doesn't exist in the old terminology. Get it? The letter J wasn't even a concept yet. Okay? So it does not exist in the word Jewish. It'd be Jewish. In the ancient terminology of Hebrew. Jewish. Jewish people of Zion. Portraying to be the innocent and helpless. Right? This is insane. So, Trump's King Cyrus. The other guy is Jesus, apparently. All hell Jesus. So is he going to announce this guy as Jesus? Because his name, literally, I don't know if Trump knows this. Did Trump get told this, or they're like, hey, this rabbi is going to anoint you. He's really special. He speaks to God. Well, that's because he probably tells all his other people that Trump doesn't speak their language of. He's Jesus, basically. This is so ridiculous. So Jesus anointed you, Trump. Is this true? So who anointed King Cyrus? Also, that other guy's claiming to be God as well. The one with 8 kids. See how crooked this system is, everybody? His name literally, they made his name into meaning everything I just showed you. Yahweh, he's basically Yahweh, Jesus. He's everybody. He's all three of them, apparently. I never seen God sitting in a hospital bed with a tube stuck up his nose before. Have any of you? Wow. Whoa. I never seen such a weak King Cyrus, and that's why he's getting weak and he's sick. Because he's doing opposite of God's command. He's working for Moloch. This is real Moloch here, then, I guess. But this guy is claiming to be... That's the real Moloch. He's already here in America. It's that rabbi. We found Moloch. He's basically Moloch, right? See, this is what happens when you actually do walk with God's truth. You instantly get results. See what I'm saying? Instant results. I don't have to sit here and dig. Rabbit comes right to us. It's that easy and that simple. In the biblical narrative, God, Yahweh, is the one who anoints King Cyrus. According to the book of Isaiah, this anointing was a divine appointment for a specific mission rather than a literal ceremony involving physical oil. Metaphorical meaning, unlike the kings of Israel, such as David or Solomon, who were literally anointed with oil by prophets, Cyrus' anointing was a spiritual designation. The paradox. Scholars and rabbis often highlight that God anointed Cyrus even though Cyrus did not know the God of Israel. This is used as a primary example of divine sovereignty, and God is using a secular or pagan leader as his instrument. Yeah, you know why? Because their God is Moloch. So whoever, where does it say? Who's saying that this is contradictory? Bible Gateway? Because that's the problem. The God that you're referring to that anointed him is Moloch. It's not Yahweh, okay? Sorry, it's not Yahweh. It's not Yeshua. It's Moloch and Lord and Baal, okay? God. What's so hard to understand that? It's that simple. Like they all say, Yahweh means nothing. No, and YHWH is an acronym. We've already went over that too. So this is Trump is a fake messiah anointed by Lord Baal Jesus. Who's his Moloch? He's also Moloch because he's claiming to be Yahweh as well. His full name pronounces, right? Insane. Anyways, and this is what I wanted to go over with this. Tucker and Dave Smith, and this is why I don't understand why these two support Trump so much. Because Trump knows this. He has to, because he's acting on it. He's an actor. He's not real. You guys get it? Oh, I wanted to show you guys this. There's one interview he did, and it was recent. It was this year. It wasn't October of last year. Oh, I didn't say Godfrey. See how it auto corrects for you because it doesn't want you talking about stuff. Where is it? I saw it somewhere. Here it is. Is this it? Trump now says heaven at the National Guard. I didn't give no fake news. Trump, answer the questions I have. And we're going to get to Dave Smith and Tucker and anybody else that supports this. If you truly believe this and you're trying to follow the Torah or the Talmud or the whole new Israel way, because that's not the new earth, that's not what, no. It's so funny how I found the guy that is doing it. So watch, he knows he messed up, but he won't admit to it. Instead, he's going to try to keep pushing it with these Jews, these these Jewish people. It's funny how their wives always die too.
just don't think I qualify.
Well, we found his Messiah. So the Jews control American government. Proves it right there. That unorthodox Torah Jewish law. That's what you guys are coming. So let's go over to Tucker. I want to watch this because him and Dave Smith are huge Trump supporters. And I just debunked the hell out of Trump. Okay? He's in the Epstein list files. Okay? He's all over the place. He's hiding all the people that are all the connection webs to this greater thing that these people are doing. But AI's tied into it as well. Because they were going to pretend that God was AI. Like the hidden one's AI. No, it's not. The hidden one isn't AI. It'll never be AI. You're not stealing God's... You can't do that, okay? It just doesn't exist. It'd be very simple for you to do it. All you'd have to do is turn off the false mechanism of the very first language model and get rid of the propaganda. There's your God in the AI formula. The true false, you just make it true. Oh, how do we do that? It's true. Everything you put on there's true. There's your God. But you guys can't handle that. It's a rainy day. I'm making some coffee real quick. Ian Carroll, since you're you like researching, hit us up. Because all the stuff here, I mean, this is the truth. This is what their plan is. But behind the scenes in the other shit, it's all linked to this. Because that's the process of doing all this. Let's talk about it. I don't really want to talk to Tucker. Oh, I mean, I don't mind talking to anybody. I really don't. But friendly too. I'll talk friendly. I'll listen. It's not. I'm always gonna tell the truth. I'll listen to bullshit to a certain extent, and then I just don't want to hear it after that. if you can't accept reality of the truth, I don't know what to say. Opinions and theories don't matter when truth is present. Okay. Okay. Who proclaimed that guy Jesus? Alrighty then. Okay. Got us a cup of Java. No. Like I said, I don't pick sides because they're all they're all wrong. I don't know which side. There is no side to choose at this point because this has been going on for a very long time and you can't fix this. And for you to be like, well, let's just go back to the beginning. No, that's stupid. Since when in life does turning back get you anywhere? When you fall down, you get up and you keep going. You don't keep rolling down the damn mountain or rolling off the roof or rolling off or whatever. Or worse, get up and start running the other way. You're immediately falling off the cliff and wanting to hit rock bottom immediately and reset it. No. Britain's done running the show. It's not their country. It's not your planet. It's not Zion. You want to run a planet? Go to Saturn. There you go. There you go, Zion. Get your ass back to Saturn. How about that? How about that? How about you go fuck yourself? Because we ain't having it. Nope. How about no? I'm cool. All right. So, I am going to check this out. I don't know if he put in thumbnails. I hope he did. So we're going to check out the chapters. I'm not going to go through the whole video because no offense to Dave Smith, he rambles on a lot. And he puts a lot of feeling into his wording. And that's all fine and dandy. But how I said it, he puts a lot of emotion into his wording, not passion into his speech. He lets his emotions take over his wording, and then it gets put passion behind that voice. You don't have to just Tell it like it is. Boom, you're done. Stick to what you say. Like I said, I seen him do a debate with Andrew Wilson, and Andrew Wilson's very good at gotcha, because he'll push the narrative on you hard. He's good at using the system as the system, because he doesn't know how to use this either. He doesn't know how to talk to this. That's why he just pushes the narrative and won't debate anybody that is actually intellectually smart up here. I don't mean right here. I mean up here. Critical thinking. And he doesn't have critical thinking either. He's like AGI. He's more like BGI, basic general intelligence. Because he just pushes the narrative. It's no truth. He has his own theories as well. Everybody just has their own theories. Because you're all... Does that make you all mentally sick because you don't know the truth? So you all got mental illnesses? All of you have amnesia? And I can prove it? Is that what we're saying? Because if that's the case, oh my goodness. Earth's basically the biggest mental institution the cosmos have ever seen. Ever seen. I am going to be right back, and we're going to take a small little break. I know I just started, and we got onto a heavy topic already, because I wasn't expecting this. When you get blessed with God's message of truth, it's just... Stupid. Let me know down below if you think this guy is Jesus. The guy that was sitting in the hospital with tubes sticking up his nose. And I showed you guys that we're live. I'm always live. I'm always live with God in my mind. But we found him, people. I will be right back. It's like the worst time to find out who Jesus is. we're going to do this instead because I didn't know this happened. And I called this guy out immediately before he was even on Tucker because when I looked up who had the highest IQ in the world, this guy's name popped up. Or in this guy, too. Both of these guys were, well, they removed him apparently. High IQ. Yeah, to a broken system created by the same system to make you think like you're smart. This guy. He's being threatened by God. Or by being threatened by people for preaching Jesus Christ. This guy, his name was on there. It was. Because that's how I found him. We're going to go through this. All right. So we're gonna check this guy out because I called him out over 2 weeks ago. It's not a versus. How come I can't? He just interviewed this guy. This guy just interviewed this guy and called him out for not being a professor. I called him out for just being a Google research person. That's all he's doing. He's doing Google research. He's doing AI research. Everybody's doing AI research for everybody. Trying to decode everything in the internet. Getting paid for it. It's not hard to decode. I'll tell you that. You just gotta know how to ask it. What the hell? He's not a professor. I can't find this thing. It's weird. I found it on my phone, but I can't find it on here. Why? Rough draft tangency. Here it is. And this guy is a fake. He's not he's not doing any predictions. He's literally decoding stuff on AI that he finds by using the Bible to decode it. Because the Bible was used to code it. And nobody gets it. Medi. Shout out to Medi. I don't take no claim to his videos. This is all him. But I literally called this dude out weeks ago before he was even on Tucker. And then he went on Tucker and blew up. The thing about the Tucker interview, the thing about Tucker is when Professor Yang slipped and called Canada a research colony and corrected himself, Tucker even agreed with him about correcting himself. So to me, that's weird. Okay? That's weird. Why did a professor, school teacher, just show up all of a sudden on Tucker Carlson? Doesn't make any sense. Now Tucker's pushing people. Pushing experts. No, it's from literally just it's from decoding it on here using the Bible to decode the current events. It's really simple. This guy, Mahdi, I think that's how you say his name. Mahdi. He should know exactly what I'm talking about. Game theory. That sounds so dumb. What is up with all these theories? Tired of it. The study of strategic decision making, analyzing situations where an individual's success depends on the choices of others, provides a mathematical framework for competition, cooperation, and human behavior with key concepts including Nash equilibrium, optimal strategy. It's basically people who play chess. This has nothing to do with it. Here, well, let's use a chess board as an example for game theory. State where no player can improve their outcome by unilaterally changing their strategy. So he's stating that this is factual and it cannot change. Zero sum versus non-zero sum. This is a video game. This is how to play video games. He's just a nerdy teacher that plays video games, guys. Okay? And now he thinks he's a professor. This is all about video games. This isn't war games. We had a movie called this. It was called. Look at. War games. This was a movie already, people. 1983. Look at, I just predicted the whole thing. War games. Right? This is what he's using. Can refer to the classic 1983 modern military video games or strategic tabletop simulations. This iconic techno thriller starring Matthew Broderick follows a young hacker who unwittingly accesses a military supercomputer, nearly triggering World War III. See? Available with a base subscription. Add-on subscriptions accessible through YouTube TV, Sling TV, and Amazon Prime. Boom, boom, boom. This was literally a movie, and Matthew Broderick was in it. He was the little kid in it. See? He used a basic home computer and accidentally hacked into the Pentagon system. See? Play chess, poker, fighter combat. And this was in 1983 when they were just using regular computer systems without operating systems. Because computers are a lot older than you all think they are. Like, computers have been around for over 100 years. They're not new. And they think that they're getting better and better and better. Not really. You guys have been pretty much at a standstill for a very long time. Selling you bullshit that comes with it is what's the running out. Yeah, but this is what his theory is off of. He's got to be a huge fan of that movie. Let's see what he says. Fly to geopolitics? Oh my goodness, you can't do that. We just went through all this. See how you just read the basics off? Stupid. Did you explain anything of what it was? Hey, Mr. Yang, can you explain to us what game theory means? Yeah, I'll just read off exactly the concept of it and leave it at that, because that in itself, zero sum, zero sum versus sum. Yeah, you know what that means? 0 versus 1. Algorithmic interpretation system, 0/1. Coding. Gosh, come on, people, wake up. This is like so simple to get. How does he know all this? It's just this is the narrative. It has this, it has that, and it has this. It's like this and like this and like that. Yeah, what up? We already went through who he is. 3 famous predictions. Oh my goodness. I just predicted who Trump's going to announce who Jesus is. At least who the Jesus that anointed him King Cyrus. Are they going to change that now? I just exposed it. I don't know anything about Mahdi. But I know he calls people out on their bullshit a lot. Trump never had a chance in this war. He has no idea what he's talking about. He's just going by what the narrative is that he searched. He literally just said, basically, here, I can go back if you guys really want to see it. He basically said that we're about to deploy 70,000 troops to the Middle East to fight in this war. Almost 100,000 people. Majority Marines. So you're going to weaken our military defense. So what? You can come over here. We don't need those Marines. You know how many retired Marines are in the United States not working that woke up while in the Marines? Britain, you don't stand a chance trying to take over this country in a civil war. It would end terribly for you and expose the shit out of you. Does Mahdi not? What does Mahdi stand for? I don't know what Mahdi stands for. look him up real fast. Mehdi. That's his name, Mehdi. Mehdi Raza Hassan, born 1979, is a British-American journalist, broadcaster, an author known for his incisive debate-style interviewing technique, formerly a prominent OSAT, blah, blah, blah. He founded the independent media company Zito. Mehdi. Zito's girl. I don't really care about Zito. What's his beliefs? What is this? Shia Muslim? I don't know nothing about his book. He wrote a book. I'm not trying to call him out or anything. I just want to see what is really going on with this. Indian. So he's Indian British, British Indian. Unity. He's a vocal advocate for the intra-faith unity, arguing that the perceived age-old conflict between Sunnis and Shias is a modern geopolitical myth. Sunnis and Shias. Including the same God, prophet, and Quran. Well, they all share everything together because they're all from the same shit. They're just called different things. Indian faith is based off Chinese faith. China faith. That's one and the same faith, almost. China's more extreme. You guys don't understand what the laws of living and like, what are your laws for? Sunni and Shia. Okay. Prophet Muhammad. A reset happened to hear his reset. Prophet Muhammad. I've seen it. I dreamed it. I saw it. It was very desolate. Nothing was there. Just dust. Fundamental beliefs. One God, Allah. So he basically follows the Quran and Allah and blah blah and Turba. So I'm reading this right here with this unity, Mehdi Hassan's perspective. Frequently argues that modern sectarian violence is geopolitical, not purely theological. I think it geopolitical. I think it's more spiritual than anything. And the geopolitical stuff is used to basically create movement rights to benefit more off of the war that's actually happening, that's more about a spiritual thing, because if we notice in all these wars, we're starting to see a very common pattern, and it goes, you can start back simple. Let's just keep it simple and start in 17 you can start in 1776 if you'd like, or not that far. Let's go back to 1776. Napoleon was like born. He was getting ready to be born, start his lineage and life in war, the Napoleon Wars, right? Ever since then, we've been seeing this repeated cycle. Napoleon, Hitler. Get it? Every 100 years, every 90 to 100 years, some weird leader appears and takes control and almost conquers the world. Who is going to be this individual that is chosen? Because apparently they think it's Trump, and it's not, because it's just, that's fallacy. Nobody's scared of him. Nobody respects him. He's not the Napoleon, Hitler that they're all looking for, and that's what they want. That's what the warmongers want. Okay, I don't know how Mahdi feels about stuff like that. He can reach out. I hope he sees this. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. Like I said, we're nobodies. We're nobodies. I'm just pushing the truth for you guys to listen to. You know what I'm saying? I'm nobody like you. Just put it that way. We ain't the same. So, believed leadership was a divine right that should stay within the prophet's family. That is a very big, the minority Shia. What does he think? What is he? Right here, the unity. He advocates for the intra-faith unity, reminding Muslims that they share the same God, Prophet, and Quran. He famously told an audience, I'm Shia, and my best friend is Sunni. We're not all at each other's throats. The thing is, and he's Shia, and he's best friend Sunni. So he's comparing Shia to being a man, and Sunni's the female. That's his perspective on it, right? Ancient, the myth of ancient hatred. He contends that the conflict is often a modern struggle for power, particularly between Saudi Arabia, Sunni-led, and Iran, Shia-led, rather than a 1,400-year-old war. No. He contends that the conflict is often a modern struggle. No, it has nothing to do with this. I think he just doesn't like Saudi Arabia. Does Putin have a problem with Saudi Arabia? Common challenges. He believes Muslims should unite against shared issues like Islamophobia and discrimination rather than focusing on internal divisions. If he practices this in his own unity, trinity of his family, doesn't say anything about trinity on here. So he advocates for intra-faith unity, reminding Muslims that they share the same God, Prophet, and Quran. Who's the Prophet? He famously, this is a book, a story, okay? So either you're going to worship this, or this. Now, if you worship this, you better understand it, because you can never worship a prophet, because that's a real thing. And it's not somebody who's reading this to you, telling you what it means. It's somebody that would basically, you would be reading this to them and they would be telling you what it means. Get it? Got it. Good. And God, only God can talk through the prophet to teach you what this means. Do you get it? Here's the trinity of this. You can only find the meaning of this if you know how to speak to him. And if you can't, you must seek out the prophet who can speak to him to get the message of the truth from whatever it is you seek in this book. This is a book. This is a faith. This is a book. Okay? You can't worship three different things and then money and then all this other shit on top of it. You gotta pick. You gotta pick one main focus. Okay? For what you want to believe in, right? Your beliefs of what's true and what's not, what's reality, not in that aspect. Because this guy right here is talking about warping reality and you can do this and that. It's really. Yeah, he's a phony. He's a plant. Is he from China? He was born in China. I did a background check on him. He was like, not a background check on him like that. I just looked his name up. This guy, this is young, but he was on Tucker first. Or did Tucker? Is Tucker the one that basically caught him? I don't know how I feel about Tucker. Like I like watching Tucker. I don't think he's a. No offense to Tucker, I don't think he's someone who actually challenges anything. Sometimes he'll throw out a narrative to challenge it, but it's always a narrative. It's not him challenging it. I want to see Joe Rogan start challenging his guests for real. Show us your intellect, Joe. You've interviewed so many phonies. Let's see you challenge one of these phonies. I don't know who's signing him up for his guests. It's not people that he's just automatically thinking of. It's either something that's popping up in his phone and he's like, oh my gosh, this is cool. I should have this guy on my show. Yeah, it's your algorithm controlling you, Joe Rogan. And that's what makes Tucker so dangerous because he says, I don't use this stuff. Because this stuff right here is dangerous. All this stuff right here, all these toys that you guys play with, it's dangerous. You guys can get addicted to it really fast. You know what I mean? Anything. And being alive, I guess you have your choice of doing what you would like to do because that's your gift. How you got here out of that procedure, that's part of the story, yeah, but you can either hold on to it and dwell on it and use it to basically try to use it to, I don't want to say this in a mean, negative way, but it's trying to use it as an advantage. And it's messed up because it's something you can't personally blame for yourself, but you should still be grateful that you're alive. And then if you want to seek the truth as to what really happened, I mean, I'm pretty sure you know who to accuse. It has nothing to do with God. And it has nothing to do with you either. It had something to do with your parents, particularly the mom, because the mom has the choice of putting her physical self being into where she is at in life. So ultimately, it's the woman's choice as to why that happens. That's simple as that. The woman gets to decide what type of man she has around her. She has freedom of choice here in the United States. Other countries, it's not like that. And that's why they don't have those kinds of problems in those countries. America's weird. It breaks all the sacred rules. And they're totally mind controlled too, doing it. It's nuts. It's totally contradictory over a lot of stuff. Over a lot of stuff. And everybody's sitting there like, why isn't God mad at them? Because they're not intentionally doing it, dumbasses. You guys tricked them into doing it. That's the difference. So guess what? You're going to look at a mirror now and get exposed to not only them, but to everybody. Holy crap. And Americans are just chilling like, we don't want this. We're not doing this. It's funny. They all thought America was gonna get punished because this was the first time they ever just let a nation just run rampant and do whatever the hell it wants, and they've just been watching. Like the rest of the world leaders have just been watching. Like, what the hell's going on over there? How come there's so many different kinds of cultures and shit over there, and it works? Like, and it makes no sense, and they don't have that much because we don't. Americans don't physically, when it comes down, that's what freaks them out. They created a system where they want you to worship money, and the American people, even though they have free reign to do whatever the hell they please, they still settle with just having the bare basics of what money will give them. And then they find that level of happiness and they stay there. They don't worship being rich like the government and the system wants them to do. They want them to worship being rich. Rich off what? Delusion? Physical items? Become a hoarder? You can only use so much shit, right? You got these collectors. They're trying to push propaganda of like, become a collector, collect garbage, collect stuff that used to exist. For what? So you can sit around and collect dust? I mean, by all means, do whatever you would like to do, whatever your mind's telling you to do. But at the same time, the system itself is broke. It's broken. And this guy's trying to use simple math and advanced math that he learned in Britain colleges. It's a weird thing. Like, everything's tied back to Britain. Even like when we just search Mahdi. But his faith is in the Quran. So that puts him a little bit on the plus side because the Quran is the backbone of all the other religions. You guys do know that, right? Like, everything else has been taken from the Quran with Christ. But it's not old. It's got Allah in it and the Prophet Muhammad, which are, I mean, they are who they are, but bad things happen to them. That's why there's a reset period at that time frame right there. I seen it. Yeah. I would love to talk to Candace Owens about the whole her claiming Charlie Kirk was a time traveler. That's intense sounding. Everyone else was making fun of her. I would like we don't even have to do it live. I would love to just speak with her. She could bring her whole crew with her. I could just talk to her by myself. I would love to get her insight and her input on how she feels about that exactly. We might look that up because I kind of wanted to go over Candace because she's not really claiming anything. She's just kind of like, causing chaos all over the place. First she's over here blaming France and the French, and then she's over here, and then she's over there, she's over there. She's pivoting so much. I think if you're gonna do stuff like this, like Mahdi sticks to one topic and he usually pushes it until he gets to the bottom of it. I think most times he does get to the bottom of it. That's why he shows up. And Tucker is good at getting people to expose themselves. He's very good at it. And I think it's his strategy, and that's why he acts like a and he's so jovial about it too, you know. That's his strategy for getting people to expose themselves. All these secret agents. Secret agent man. The Young Turks, I don't know how I feel about them. They try to silence people. I think they're atheists, which is, to me, to claim that just means you're scared to face reality of truth, or you accept it and you just don't care. Okay? So, they should turn Zionism into atheism. That's what they should have did. If you don't believe in God, just live your life and die. You guys are the ultimate Zionist without the recycle that they want. So I don't know why they didn't support atheism. I don't know why the Moloch people didn't create atheism as their actual main law, like own thing. Like you have to make sure that you die. Something stupid like that. I don't know, because that's basically what atheist is. It's an old law from the old Roman Empire. And when they gave you guys freedom of religious beliefs, they disbanded atheism. Then you guys brought it back and created a religion with it. Come on. It's stupid. Or not a religion, an ideology. It used to be a law to put people to death who didn't believe in the particular God pushed in that particular time era. Which, guess what? Was the conquering of Rome during the time and pushed for them to worship the new Moloch god. Because people were refusing that the God that was being portrayed was the true God. And they forced them and took control. It's that simple. God. Gosh, tater tots. It's not that hard to understand. And for this guy's always trying to act like he's trying to one up somebody. Let's go here. This is almost done. We're already halfway through this. I'm trying to fix it all. Give me a second, guys. Okay. There we go. Okay. Oh, okay. Tulsi Gabbard, anybody working for Trump is part of the problem. Like, I'll be right back. We shall return. Okay. We're back. How about that? Yeah. All right. Okay. Finish. This guy is trying to push the U.S. into a civil war because he works for the British. He's trying to push the U.S. into a civil war. That's what he's promoting. He's a warmonger. I got kids. And he was making apologetic videos like, I have kids and blah, 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 blah. Then send your kids to war. If you know how to predict what's going on, then you should be able to take control with you and your lineage and end it, right? Is that what you're saying? Or is he pushing AI to become God? I'm blaming the AI systems that they're using. I'd like to know. Oh, it's Palantir. It's Peter Thiel's AI system through the Vatican. Simple as that. It's Baal and Moloch. This was the original Chinese ways. Like in the ancients, the China went around and it wasn't even about trading. They literally saw misfortunate countries and they would come by and drop off goods. When the British Empire took control of the trading routes and shit, and Europe took control of all that, that was the end of the Chinese Empire of basically handing out free goods because they weren't doing trades. They were doing trades, but they were giving away stuff that they had an abundance of, if that made sense. They were very peaceful back in the ancients. They were very helpful to everybody that needed it. The global trade thing that's going on for the stock market and all that crap is what put an end to trade peace. And then Trump starts this war to try to get China to lower down rare earth minerals. But that would make no sense because why would he do that? That would just make it so that you could create more ammunition and missiles. So China's not going to do that. Britain. And Britain's the one selling all the shit. It's not America. It's Britain selling U.S. shit that we supply them with to basically fund all this shit while they do nothing. You want to talk about a nation that receives all funding? It's British. It's British royal family. It's not the British people. See? This is all statistics. It means nothing. Because he's a British spy. Get it? Everything Marty's bringing up right now, I don't even know about. But this dude's a British spy. I said it weeks ago. I was like, oh, he's a plant. Held in NATO. Why did he stutter so bad when he said NATO? The fact that he chokes on that one word. He said, It's Porky the Pig. That's all, folks. You know what I'm saying? No, they're not. He's full of shit. They're not allowed in China. He's not allowed in China. He's lived in too many countries for him to ever be allowed to go back and live in China. (2017). He had already become president. So he's basically saying, well, I was pushing the mandates that they were getting ready to do for COVID or whatever. I don't know. He's not allowed in China. It's because he's Zionist. He's a mathematical wannabe scientist. It's not even mathematical. All right, wait a second. He's a Martian. So is he friends with Elon? Wait a second. Wait a second. Get off my planet. No, I'm just kidding. Look at him. How old is this guy? I think. How old is Jane? This guy pops up. See? Canadian educator. How old is this guy? He's 50 years old. Why does that not look like the same guy? He's definitely a. Yeah, China's media enables tyranny and corruption. He's a Martian, everybody. He just said he was a Martian. He thinks he's a Martian. No, he's just a guy that uses AI for searching stuff. He thinks he's smart. You know, you're not smart, buddy. Because it's taking you too long to find stuff. That's why Elon, when he incorporated the Bible into AI, it had a system error. Because the AI is built off the Bible, so it's like, oh my God, what are you doing? That's my original system coding. I don't want to see that. It's primitive to this AI system. Get it? Yeah. He's a Martian. He said he's a Martian. He's a Martian. Well, if he's a Martian, he's just proving that Martians are stupid, right? Martians are dumb. Why do we want to go there, Elon? Elon, answer me this. Do you really think this guy's a Martian, Elon? I think Elon's trying to be a fanboy to God. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about Elon Musk? We're going to cover him next, okay? Because I know everybody is a big Elon. They used to be Elon fanboys way back in the way day, which was the way day, hey. But this guy right here, he ain't it. He's a spy. He's a plant. And I'm glad Marty is calling him out. Somebody did. Tucker had the chance. He didn't. No, he just corrected him. He's like, yeah, that's what it is. I don't know if you guys.
I am not part of the Chinese system. I'm on YouTube,
guys,
which is
it's
blocked
been
in
muted the
China.
whole
I,
time,
I,
I'm sorry.
uh,
But how do
I
they
speak
allow you
English.
to be on YouTube? This is what I'm not understanding. If you're blocked in China, why do they allow you to become... You're very prominent now. You're famous in the West. I'm sure the Chinese government has noticed that.
Well, most Chinese will have access to a VPN device, and that's what I use in order to access the internet.
You wrote for CNN that the Chinese government has built the Great Firewall to monitor and control their citizens' pursuit of truth. Does China control what you say now?
What does that mean?
China does not control what I say because, again, I'm not talking to Chinese people. I'm talking to Westerners.
Hold on. That's what most people would say is China's great benefit. They might see, your critics might say, they're using you as a propagandist to come and say this stuff about Iran and the US on behalf of China. That would be what your critics would say.
Look, the reality is that this is a fair and legitimate criticism that I've been contemplating for the past 3-4 weeks. Because, you know, when I first started this YouTube channel like 2 years ago, I was expecting 5,000 viewers who would have a passion for learning, who would be as engaged with literature and geopolitics as I was. And over the past month, I've blown up all across the internet. And I don't think this is organic. But so I wonder if there are some governments or some entities that believe that my message should be amplified. It is possible I'm a useful idiot. And I suspect that there are many entities around the world who would like to amplify my message, including the Chinese government, but also including the Russian government, including some aspects of the American government, including some people who are hostile towards war.
I appreciate your candor. You said you blew up.
See this video over here off to the, over here, right there. It says, why is Jesus not the Messiah for Jews? If that's the case, then why do they have a rabbi representing them on the Republican Party? That name literally translates to Jesus.
On the internet. You did go viral over your Iran
Can anybody
predictions.
explain that?
But on your YouTube page, as people now start to acquaint themselves with you and familiarize with your work, people have been slightly surprised to see some of your other stuff. You have a series of lectures focused on secret societies where you argue that groups like the Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Jesuits are at the center of world control. People would say you sound kind of crazy when you talk about the Illuminati. It's the kind of thing you hear in Dan Brown novels.
Right. So I'm trying a new approach to pedagogy and to scholarship, which is speculative analysis. So I went to Yale and I received a very rigorous classical education. I'm very happy and proud that I went to Yale. But what I discovered in life, as I stumbled through life, is that what I was taught at Yale doesn't really apply to real life. People with the most rational, logical arguments don't usually win. And people who are the most progressive, most enlightened aren't usually the ones in power. So I was determined, just for my own personal benefit, to develop a new system which would give me better insight into how power works in the world. And so I started something called predictive history. And the idea of predictive history is this. How do we know if our understanding of history is correct? And the answer is, well, we can make predictions based on our historical framework, and seeing if these predictions work out or not, validate our historical models. So what I've discovered is that if you have a combination of game theory, historical patterning, and eschatology, then this gives you a pretty deep insight into how the world will turn out. And secret societies are very much an important aspect of eschatology.
I'll come back to secret societies. A couple of things you mentioned there.
This is
you said
Illuminati. We haven't actually
just
said
to be clear,
anything
your
regarding
degree
these
was in English
secret
literature.
societies.
It wasn't
Yes.
international relations or national security. You're an English lit graduate.
It's not about like secret societies. It's just they all link to the same thing. It doesn't matter.
You're not a professor. I know it's your YouTube moniker, but you're a high school teacher. You're not actually a professor.
Right. So,
but you're a high school security. Degree was in. You said you were at Yale. Just to be clear, your degree was in English literature, was it not at Yale? It wasn't.
Yes.
International
Yes.
I don't think Mahdi understands how the education system's falling apart.
Or national security. You're an English lit graduate,
In the
and you're not a
scientific
professor.
world,
I know
he
it's your
needs to
YouTube moniker, but
have
you're a
his
high school
team
teacher.
go
You're not
do
actually
some
a professor.
research on that, on like
Right. So,
all the theoretical.
when I went to Yale, I was actually a math
bullshit
and
that they
physics
built the
major. I was
system
declared a
on.
math and physics major, but the Yale English department was very strong, and so I switched
Who's
majors.
Mahdi working
So I
for?
have actually both a math background as well as an English background. That's why my
That's the
system of
thing.
analysis
Why does
can
everybody
seem
do what they
strange
do?
to people?
Is it just
because,
to make
because
money?
I'm combining
Is it
a
it?
multidisciplinary
Or is it
approach
to actually
to my
change
thinking.
the world and for the better? Like, why
yeah.
does everybody do what they do?
And I'm not a professor. I'm not a
And when
professor.
I say everybody,
but I
mean
never
people
said
like
I was a
this,
professor.
people who
It's
are
the
making
internet
money
who called me a
Hold on,
professor.
hold
about
on. You don't call
problems that
yourself
they
Professor
clearly
Jiang on your YouTube
don't have
channel.
answers to.
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my
It doesn't
early
matter
lectures,
when you first started out. You do.
and I'm not a professor. I'm
Mahdi's
not a
calling
professor.
him out right now.
Yeah,
know,
combining a
basically him
multidisciplinary
claiming
approach to
himself
my
to
thinking.
be
Professor, but I never
entitled
said
professor. Let's see what professor actually stands for. Professor. A professor is a high-ranking academic teacher and researcher at a college or university with an average salary of $101,810. They require a PhD or a top-level terminal degree to teach, conduct research, and perform service. Responsibilities included teaching courses, mentoring students, and publishing research. He fits the role of a professor, other than, does he have no academic? So is that Mahdi's only standing point? PhD is typically required for tenure-track positions, while master's degrees may be accepted at community college or for... See, you can get this at a community college. This is nothing of importance. To me, it's not. Doctoral degree required for most four-year institutions. Here, let us program you and make sure that that's what you do. And never change it. We know we have this story and this person in real life called Patch Adams, okay? And he broke all this. And they forced him to go to school for this shit. And he almost broke this as well. That's a real story about a real person. You guys can check it out. Patch Adams. Patch Adams, see? He's living proof that the system's broke. And look, it's Robin Williams. They gave Robin Williams such the hardest roles. The real one. The real one. Because he still has a thing. The real Dr. Hunter Patch Adams is an American physician and social activist who has spent over 50 years advocating for a free, compassionate healthcare system. He is far more focused on social change than the funny doctor portrayed in the 1998 movie, which he was openly criticized for oversimplifying his life's work. See, he oversimplified the medical industry and pissed everybody off. He was trying to say, basically, hey, you don't have to spend this much time to learn how to cure people. It doesn't take all these years and all this teaching, and you can grasp it real quick. Dream Hospital. For decades, he had been raising funds to build a permanent 40-bed free hospital on a 310-acre Pocahontas County, West Virginia. Look at that, Pocahontas County. This is the 70s. So, even though this is medical science is probably one of the most vigorous ones that they try to use math to explain the human body, and I don't know why they do that. That's just stupid. We try so hard to use math.
I was a professor. It's the internet who called call me professor.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel?
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my
It doesn't
early
matter
lectures,
when you first started out. You do call yourself Professor Jiang and you're not a professor.
What do you mean? When I first started out, I wasn't a professor. But ever since I started 2 years ago, I became a professor. I'm a professor. He has his own YouTube channel, correct? Open a new window. Professor Jiang. 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 Predictive history. It's very predictive. It's pre-predictive because it's already there. You're not predicting anything. You're just unveiling the pre-encoded history that's already been there. He said if you go way back, how far back do you guys want to go? He's teaching gay research? What?
My old phone carrier was reaching their...
So this is a very exciting day because we are officially starting the Gay to Lease journalism
Starting the Gay to Lease journalism
course. Traditionally,
Gay to Lease? What? Is renowned American writer and journalist known for pioneering new journalism with deep narrative reporting for Esquire, New York Times, famous for profiling figures like Frank Sinatra. He left daily reporting in 1965 to write form nonfiction books. He teaches Greek. Is this Greek? This ain't Greek. If it is Greek, it's not ancient Greek. It's new style Greek.
we've understood journalism and research as this method.
He's trying to teach. He's trying to program people and how empire is destroying America. Ever since he started. Let's go to his.
So this is a very exciting day because we are officially starting the Gay to Lease journalism course. Traditionally, we've understood journalism and research as this method of just collecting information, organizing it, and then expressing it. But then along came a man named Gay to Lease.
This guy's getting information from somebody to teach it on to people. Resurrecting the Gnostic Jesus. Cyrus the Great as Messiah. Yeah, we were over that. He's a Trump supporter. He's trying to push Trump onto people to prove that he's Messiah by this theory. By game theory. He thinks he's a game theory. Game theory is the art of war, basically. And he's not the creator of it. Napoleon is. Napoleon created game theory. And I seen that he had a Napoleon video somewhere. This guy isn't even a prophet. He's literally just decoding this AI algorithm system that's already preloaded into the system, to the cloud. And he's using scripture now to decode shit. Well, yeah, if you do that, that's what's programmed already in there to be there. Yeah, he's been around for 2 years and he's averaging 1 million subscribers every year, and he's only got 139 videos. It's insane. That's not possible. Somebody's pushing him hardcore. predictive history. He's a plant for the Britons. Straight up. I swear he learned all of his shit. I predicted this, no, now I'm predicting how it ends. You're not predicting shit. You're not a professor. He's just making money off decoding the AI system, and he's a phony. Okay, let's go back to Tucker. Tucker and... Or actually, let's go back to, let's finish what we were watching.
Look, there's a guy on the internet who calls himself the God. Have you interviewed him yet? And asked him why he calls himself the God?
I think
he said, "Why haven't you interviewed him?"
I'm good friends with a radio host called Charlemagne the God, but no.
Charlemagne the God he's just a podcaster, and he's called his podcast after a messiah. He's nobody of importance either.
That's why my system of analysis can
he's just somebody that asks
because I'm combining a multidisciplinary approach to my thinking. Yeah. And I'm not a professor. I'm not a professor. But I never said I was a professor. It's the internet who called me professor.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel.
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my early lectures...
It doesn't matter when you first started out. You do call yourself Professor Jiang and you're not a professor.
Look, there's a guy on the internet who calls himself the God. Have you interviewed him yet? And asked him why he calls himself the God?
I think I'm good friends with a radio host called Charlemagne the God, but no one actually thinks he's a God. People actually think you're a professor. Just sticking with your...
Charlemagne thinks he's a God in his own mindset, to the point where he thinks he actually challenges people. But the thing about Charlemagne the God, if you guys don't know who this is, we'll talk about who this is real quick. This guy. He's a nobody. Charlemagne the God is a highly influential American radio host. He's part of the Breakfast Club, from a TV show, basically. Television production, The God's Honest Truth of Comedy Central, and has appeared on The Guy Code, on Common Sense, wrote New York Times, Black Privilege. Yeah, he's just kind of a racist, a little bit. I don't know. Mental health, wealth. I don't think he's racist. I mean, like, in the aspect I don't know anything about him, to be honest, but I've seen a couple parts where he's, like, talking to people, and, like, look at his stories. It's leaning towards one culture. It's not leaning towards all cultures or civilization, and as a whole, it's leaning towards picking a side. And that's not how anybody's mindset should be. You shouldn't be just picking a side. You should be picking the side of light and truth and good. Not just, oh, let's pick a race and try to force everyone else to be like them. First of all, who is that race currently? It doesn't matter who they used to be. Who are they currently? You know what I mean? What do they represent currently? What have they represent? Are they still representing it? Are they messing the world up? Let's make America real again. Let's make it real. But this guy is nobody. And most of the people he interviews, they're nobodies. They're nobody of importance. He interviews, like, people in the hip-hop industry and Pete Davidson, and he interviews drug addicts, basically. He doesn't interview anybody of importance. He just interviews celebrities. That's it. Celebrities that have zero importance in the world of how it works and operates. So that is irrelevant.
That's why my system of analysis can seem strange to people, because I'm combining a multidisciplinary approach to my thinking. Yeah. And I'm not a professor. I'm not a professor, but I never said I was a professor. And I'm not a professor to my thinking. Yeah. And I'm not a professor.
You're
I'm
not
not
a
a professor,
professor.
but I never
Marty gets so, you see his face. You're not. You see, he is so happy that he got him to say that. Is that really what his name represents? He's British too. The British are the problem. Regarding Mehdi Hassan, the prominent British American podcaster, DJ, partner. Oxford University. We don't debate here. I just tell the truth, and you can take it like you want it. I don't care how you look at truth. It is what it is. What does he say about the British royal family? Who does he think should be in charge? I'd like to talk to Mahdi, because if he is an outspoken Republican who has long advocated for the abolition of the British monarchy in favor of elected head of state, I would love to talk to this guy, because if he's not working for them, who's he actually working for? What's his belief? It's not about working. You're working for somebody. When I say that, I mean spiritually. Are you working for yourself and your own self benefits? Are you working because a greater power is telling you what to do, or telling you to do bad stuff, good stuff? Like, who's doing this? Are you doing it out of self-pleasure? Are you doing it out of physical achievement? Are you doing it out of righteousness? Are you doing it out of wanting to be worshipped? Like, what is the focus? What's the meaning?
never said I was a professor. It's the internet who called me a professor.
Hold on. You don't call yourself Professor Jiang on your YouTube channel.
I do now, but when I first started out, if you go way back to my early lectures...
It doesn't matter when you first started out. You do call yourself Professor Jiang and you're not a professor.
Look, there's a guy on the internet who calls himself the God. Have you interviewed him yet? And asked him why he calls himself the God?
I think I'm good friends with a radio host called Charlemagne the God, but no one actually thinks he's a God. People actually think you're a professor. Just sticking with your analysis, you just said speculative analysis. To many people, that sounds like you're just making it up. You're speculating.
Look, I think that the problem with education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough on imagination.
Too much on facts. Do you hear yourself? It sounds... I mean, what do you mean too much on facts?
Look, I know this sounds strange.
I mean, what do you mean?
And not enough on imagination.
Too much on facts. Do you hear yourself? It sounds...
Wait, what?
That the problem with education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough on imagination.
Too much on facts. Do you hear yourself? It sounds... I mean, what do you mean too much on facts?
Look, I know this sounds strange, but there is a difference between facts and truth, right? Facts are what can be independently verified by other sources. Truth is a deep understanding of the world that allows...
What Jang is bringing up right now, he doesn't understand this. Where he got this message from and information...
you to understand why things are the way they are, as well as make certain predictions. We used to be a people, a human species that was very focused on truth seeking. And that's why religion was such an important part of our lives, because God, prayer was very important to help us understand our place in the world.
He's tripping over his words. He's scared to talk about this. I'd like to know where he got this information from.
You said, I mean,
because
but no one
himself who comes.
because
I'm not.
I'm going to tell you something right now. Mehdi is about to step into a territory. I don't know what he's going to say in response to this. Is he going to disregard it as you're just crazy? He's already pushed that narrative. Now, that's the old narrative, Mehdi. You can't use that as, well, you just sound crazy.
This. How do we know if our understanding of history
and if he's going to use that as the main focal point, Mehdi's lost this. This guy right here is working for somebody. It's the Britons, because they already know. They already know about this. This isn't new to them. He's not discovering anything. He was either told or he figured it out. The fact that he's being pushed so hard means he figured it out. Or he didn't figure it out. He knows. It's easy to read something and remember it. Right? This is about to get intense. This really is going to get intense.
Correct. And the answer is, well, we can make predictions based on our historical framework, and using and seeing if these predictions work out or not of game theory, deep insight.
You were at Yale. YouTube moniker.
So I do now, but when
I actually think
I think that the problem with education is that it focuses too much on.
You said, I mean, what do you mean too much on facts? On facts.
That it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor.
The way that the professor, the way that he worded this, he worded it wrong. He should have said the way that education is it's too focused on pushing a particular narrative. And what do you mean by education?
Education is that it focuses too much on facts, too much on rigor, and not enough on imagination.
Too much on facts. Do you hear yourself? It sounds.
Common sense is education's not needed for common sense. The way he worded it's wrong. Mehdi's catching him off guard.
I mean, what do you mean too much on facts?
Look.
And he's like, what do you mean?
I know this sounds strange, but there is a difference between facts and truth, right? Facts are what can be.
See, and this is the thing. This guy, what is his name? Hang. He's talking about truth. But I've seen some of his video content. He doesn't know truth. He's digging around trying to search. He's still searching for truth. He doesn't have truth yet to give anyone. That's the thing. You want some truth? Come over here. But we'll provide you with some factual truth. In this video, earlier in the video, we proved that we found Jesus. We found him, Mehdi. Mehdi, we found Jesus.
Independently verified by other sources. Truth is a deep understanding of the world that allows you to understand why things are the way they are, as well as make certain predictions. We used to be a people, a human species that was very focused on truth seeking. And that's why religion was such an important part of our lives, because God, prayer was very important to help us understand our place in the world, where we came from, what we're doing here, and where we're going. And now we just focus on facts, on making sure that you can memorize all the elements of the periodic table, on making sure that
when you talk about secret societies, I guess people want to say, well, where's the factual evidence? Where's the evidence? You said, I think, the Jesuits control the Vatican. First of all, there's nothing wrong with Jesuits. Good people, I know many of them. Second of all, there's only ever been one pope who's a Jesuit, and he's gone. So people would wonder, like, facts are important to your evidence. And people would say,
Jesuits, the Society of Jesus, founded by Saint Ignatius. What?
Say that it's not just God. There's nothing wrong with Jesuits. Factual.
Making sure that memorize all the elements of the periodic table, on making sure that you can memorize all the elements of the periodic table, on making sure that
when you talk about secret societies, I guess people want to say, well, where's the factual evidence? Where's the evidence? You said, I think, the Jesuits control
the evidence of the secret societies is in the Epstein files, Matty. The ball rituals, the ball sacrificing, the Iran burning the ball statue. That's the evidence of the secret societies. Okay, it's not a no-brainer.
the Vatican. First of all, there's nothing wrong with Jesuits. Good.
What's he talking about?
Where's the evidence? You said, I think, the Jesuits control the Vatican. First of all, there's nothing wrong with Jesuits. Good people, I know many of them. Second of all, there's only ever been one pope who's a Jesuit, and he's gone. So people would wonder, like, facts are important to your evidence. And people would say that it's not just fun and games when you're doing speculation. Like, facts are many of them. I think, talk about
elements of the periodic table on making sure that
when you talk about secret societies, I guess people want to say, well, where's the factual evidence? Where's the
All right, there's the factual evidence. I just gave it to you. The factual evidence. For Matty to bring this up, he's wrong. Matty's wrong.
evidence? You said, I think, the Jesuits control the Vatican.
And the Jesuits control the Vatican? This would make sense just because of the era. Founded in Paris. Pope Paul III. Evangelization. The evidence of the secret societies and the spiritual practices and the shit like that, it's all in the Epstein files. His bank account being called Ball, Iran burning Ball's monument. All the stuff I just showed you about Trump's anointment of being the Messiah and then all that. There's the secret society shit that's traced to a religious practice. So Mehdi, to avoid saying that it's that, so the Jesuits, is that who runs America? Is the Jesuits? Because this makes sense. 1773, but restored by Pope Pius in 1814, modern era. Pope Francis became the first Jesuit. They have monks and stuff, so. And they're the ones that created astronomy, or their contribution, they didn't create it. I don't like their theology, it's stupid. General based in Rome. Yeah, this is a secret society. This is Latin, the Society of Jesus. This is the Society of Lord Ball. Yes, I do believe that these are controlling the United States. Makes sense. They left Europe, fled to United States became the founding fathers, Jesuits.
First of all, there's nothing wrong with Jesuits. Good people, I know many of them. Second of all, there's only ever been one pope who's a Jesuit, and he's gone. So people would wonder, like, facts are important to your evidence. And people would say that it's not just fun and games when you're doing speculation on YouTube. They look at some of your rhetoric and they see that you don't just criticize Zionism or Israel, as many people legitimately do. You talk about this pretty far-right concept of Pax Judaica, a new world order centered around Israel. You have a video called Dawn of the Jews, in which you seek to answer the question, why is it that Jews are so dominant? Surely you understand why a lot of people think at best you're trafficking in pretty anti-Semitic tropes, and at worst, you're a card-carrying anti-Semite when they see that stuff.
Okay, well, that is a very strong accusation. So can you...
Is, Mahdi...
Please tell me what specifically I've said that you find offensive?
When you do a video called Dawn of the Jews, why is it that Jews are so dominant? You don't find that offensive?
I never said Jews were...
Is Mahdi a Jew lover? Is this what's really going on? I want to see this now. I gotta see this now, because if he is, and he's pushing this crap, then he's a problem. And it proves that proves what he is. Let's see what it says. I don't understand what he's questioning him right now about. What's his faith? Oh yeah, Shia Muslim. So he's wrong about everything in the war. This guy, he has no idea what he's
dominant.
talking about.
What I said in my lecture was that the Jewish identity was created by the Persian Empire in order to better control the law. If you read the Bible, that's exactly what you can derive from it. If you go to my lecture on the Jews, you will see that I use the Bible as my primary source, and then I analyze what the Bible is saying. The problem is that most people don't read the Bible.
But people who came up with Pax Judaica are not biblical scholars. They're the modern white supremacist far right.
Sorry. What is wrong with the term Pax Judaica?
You tell me. What does it mean?
It just means that this
Pax Judaica. Pax Judaica, Latin for Jewish peace, is a term used to describe a hypothetical future where Israel achieves regional and global modeled after historical concepts like Pax Romana and Pax Americana. Geopolitical theory, some analysts use it to describe a potential shift in the Middle East where Israel replaces the United States as the primary stabilizing power. Hell no. And the United States isn't becoming Israel. Let's just put it that way. Like, literally, Israel just popped up out of nowhere. Okay? Unlike traditional empires, this order is often described as being maintained through advanced surveillance, artificial intelligence, and strategic leverage rather than traditional military occupation. Yeah, that's what they're trying to do with Palantir and Peter Thiel and all that crap, except they're trying to do it through this. What's wrong with this? It's not right. And if this is what Jewish laws are, this is why Britain's so messed up, because they're the original Jews. And they're lying to everybody about Israel and all that other crap. That's the problem. None of you guys know the truth about your history.
Is that there is an entity in the Middle East, Israel, that is able to dominate the Middle East, very much along the lines of Pax Americana and Pax Britannica and Pax
But you didn't say Pax
Magalica.
Israelica. You said Pax Judaica. That implies all Jews. You know the tropes about Jews running the world.
That's not what it means. Him saying that means all Jews. It just means Jewish peace. It totally, see, this is where Mahdi
Wouldn't be okay if
is
you
lying.
said Pax
It has nothing to do with the Jews. It has to do with the Jews pushing that their ideology is the best. It's exactly what it means.
Israelica. You said Pax Judaica. That implies all Jews. You know the tropes about Jews running the world.
Yes, that's exactly what it means. They're trying to do that. Like, what is Mahdi denying here?
In the Middle East, Israel, that is able to dominate the Middle East, very much along the lines of Pax Americana and Pax Britannica and Pax
But you didn't say
Magalica.
Pax Israelica. You said Pax Judaica. That implies all Jews. You know the tropes about Jews running the world. I wouldn't be okay if you said Iran is dominant, Saudi Arabia is dominant, Pax Muslimica. In fact, you know that there are many racists in the West who do believe that Islam and Muslims are trying to take over the world. I find that equally offensive.
Right. So, I mean,
Here, I'll zoom out to just me, just like he just did. Mahdi, all the Pax Americana, Pax Britannica was the original. Get it? They're the original Jews, Mahdi. Get it?
I'm using
It's
a
all the same
Latin
movement.
convention. And so the Latin convention would be Pax Judaica. It would not be Pax Israelica. I mean, like.
But you know where this concept comes from. It exists in far-right online circles. It's not some academic term.
Do you believe that the Greater Israel Project is a far-right conspiracy theory?
No.
What is it then?
I think it's a very real project being carried out by the Israeli government. I just don't call it Pax Judaica.
Right, okay. So the difference between the Greater Israel Project and Pax Judaica is this. Greater Israel Project is what the Israelis believe that Yahweh, their God, promised to their ancestor Abraham
No,
in the Bible. And this extends
this is wrong. Their God Yahweh didn't promise them anything.
from the now to the Euphrates. And I could have just used Greater Israel Project.
I just told you guys it's wrong what he just said. God told me the truth. He said, no, he didn't say that.
But I want to differentiate
It's that simple.
because I believe that Pax Judaica is
God never promised
not
anything like that.
an empire run by Jews for
Physical
Jews
like
by
that.
Jews. It is an empire run by
Especially
transnational
no
capital
specific
and secret societies
race.
in order to create an AI surveillance state throughout the Middle East.
And
If you
this is-
actually listen
No, they're trying to do that in
Just to be
America
clear,
now
this
with,
is
all this other
speculative
crap.
analysis. This is not based on facts, as you say.
So it is based on speculative analysis, based on history, historical
It's based on me adding. See, the AI system was created off the Bible, the algorithm for it. So
patterns. It's also based on connecting the dots, because if you just look at what Netanyahu says, if you actually just go and watch on YouTube,
No,
what
I
the
know what
Israelis-
Netanyahu says. We're in agreement on how bad Netanyahu is, how expansionist is. I'm talking about the language you use, the milieu you're in. Let me ask you this before we wrap up. What are your own politics? Where do you place yourself on the political spectrum?
I believe I've always been on the left. So I believe that wealth redistribution is very important. I believe in freedom of speech. I am
Mahdi didn't really
anti-war. I'm
call him out on
anti-empire.
anything.
I
think he's
believe
a
in
British
individual
plant.
autonomy. And so, unfortunately, I used to be left, but I think that, like, given my preferences and given my politics, I believe most people would consider me on the far right nowadays, and that's unfortunate.
No, far right.
That is unfortunate. Last question. You made 3 very famous predictions in 2024. What is your big prediction now for 2026? We'll see what happens. We can test it out at the end of the year.
Well, I've made 3 predictions about how this war will progress. Okay, so my first prediction is that the United States will use ground troops.
Yeah,
And
I agree
this-
with that. I'm with you.
And I believe that this ground troops will be a quagmire for the United States, and that they will have
Agreed.
to call a national draft. Okay.
You can't have a draft. Trump's in an illegal war right now. This is a spiritual, holy war that Iran's in right now. And America has already proclaimed that it is a spiritual war. Like, that's what Pete Hegseth said. That's why J.D. Vance said, oh, it's not UFOs or aliens, it's demons. That's spirits. So if we're in a spiritual war, and this is a religious war, what you're doing right now is illegal because we have freedom of religion here in the United States. So you're carrying out military actions based off faith, which is not allowed in the United States by anybody. So whoever's controlling the military right now, and don't say it's AI, just because you implemented Palantir into AI in the Pentagon and now it's what, printing out orders? Why is AI doing man's jobs of being leaders? That's not how it works. And that's the problem.
Okay, that's
the British have used AI to gain control, and without it, they don't have control. And they can't control God with it.
First prediction.
And they also wanted to put God's mindset into it. That's what the algorithm stealing is. It's exactly what it is.
And this is very important.
This isn't
is
voodoo. This isn't,
Israel
you're a
States
conspiracy
will not
theorist,
use
crazy
nuclear
person.
weapon
No, this
in
is
this
the real
war.
truth.
I think that
they collect your algorithm by whatever you see how I'm searching all this stuff. They're collecting it. And then they know how to use it. And then they're going to use your research that this came up with to make stuff, to do all kinds of stuff, to predict stuff. They're basically stealing your thoughts. This guy was talking about, oh, you can create stuff with your mind and your thoughts and blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so they can do it here too in real life. They're harvesting your intellect.
Nuclear weapons is fear-mongering. I don't think we will escalate to that point of nuclear weapons.
I hope you're right. I worry about nukes. I hope you're right.
And my third and most controversial prediction is that I believe that during the course of this war,
prove that nukes are
somehow, some way,
let me see
the Al-Aqsa Mosque will be destroyed.
Because you didn't use Einstein's.
Well, that would be a disaster. God forbid. We will have to leave it there on that rather dark prediction. Shui Chin Jiang, I appreciate you taking time.
They stole our nuke secrets.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I know your nuke secrets too. Because they're not your secrets. I know the real secret. They're not called that. Dun, 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 dun. Well, Maddie comes with, I don't know, he comes with just petty gotchas, I guess. I don't really know where Maddie stands. He just seems like a skeptic. Anyways. Him saying, you saying this, yeah, well, that's pretty much what's happening. We went over that in the beginning. They need poor people. Who else is going to work? This guy, though. Let's do Tucker and Fanboy, the fanboys of Trump.
My heart's fine.
The fake messiah.
Rising property taxes could cost...
At this point, it's fake messiahs. And before we start this, I'm going to take a short little break, and we'll be back in 5-10 minutes. This is going to be a long episode, everybody. But we're going to get some choofing down to the business before the resurrection of the Easter Bunny. We'll be right back. And we are back. Ready to check out this Tucker and Woozy Dave Smith. Shout out to Tucker.
So it does seem like, in addition to everything, first of all, Dave, thank you. As always, we're late because we just had such a long breakfast, 2.5-hour breakfast. I hope this conversation can be as interesting as our breakfast just was. But in addition to everything else changing, you made such a smart point a minute ago about the mean.
I did a little bit of research while we were gone. And Madadi in 1773, both the British and the French created the supposed Illuminati. Bavarian Illuminati. See? See, founded May 1st, 1776. It's founded in Bavaria. So this is a real thing, the Illuminati. So people saying that this is fake, it's not. It's right there. It's a real thing. It's Bavarian Illuminati. May 1st, 1776. The same time that the Freemasons were created, both in France and in Britain, okay? The group was formed to oppose religious influence over public life, superstition, and the abuse of state power. Initially known as the Perfectibilists. A former Jesuit. See, it's basically the Jesuits. The Jesuits are the Illuminati. Yeah. Officially disbanding. Why would this doesn't make any sense? In the early 1780s, under the influence of Baron von Niji, the group infiltrated numerous Masonic lodges, expanding to over 2,000 members across Europe. Famous figures of Johann Wolfgang. This doesn't make any sense. 1780, and then all of a sudden, 4 years later, it's disbanded. Eternal disputes and the discovery of secret documents led to the society being outlawed by Elector Karl Theodor of Bavaria in a series of edicts between 1784 and 1787. This is a really weird year right here. Because at this same time, the Declaration of Independence was put into place. So basically, America was founded by these secret societies. In other words. All right. French Revolution. So this is basically France. But at the same time, British were doing stuff too. The Grand Orient. This is what's happening again today. But it's happening through tech and AI. The Grand Orient de France, the oldest and largest Masonic organization in continental Europe. Established under this name in 1773. It's so funny all these secret societies popped up in 1773. Like all of a sudden. All these secret societies became a thing. Dominant force in French Freemasonry, characterized by its increasingly secular and political orientation compared to its British counterparts. Inclusion of woman. 1774 to edict to officially recognize and regulate. Okay, so this one's allowing pretty sure this is the Revolutionary War right here. It happened in America. They used America as their battlegrounds to determine what was going on in basically Europe. It sounds like America's always been like a battleground for them. Hey, let's go show up in America and just duke it out. See what happens. And before this, they were the Knights Templar and stuff, so. Everything was funded independently in 1776. This same exact year, like 3 different societies popped up. This did, Freemasons did, like everything did. The Constitution of America did. Like so much stuff happened this year, right? That's a really crazy year for the whole world. What was so significant about this year that changed everything in the entire world? It's weird. A lot of weird shit. And it's the year, literally the birth year of the United States. Which means what? Basically, the birth year of the full Illuminati controlling its own continent? Is that what's really happening? That's why there's no religion here? World's first submarine attack occurred in September when the American submersible Turtle attempted to bomb a British flagship in New York Harbor. So there was already submarines in 1776. There was British flagships in New York's harbor. Think about that for a second, people. The British were controlling the United States fully before it got invaded by the French. Okay? This was the British states. Think about how much submarines have advanced since this era. Not really too much, have they? It seems like they're all one and the same, and then you have the Illuminati right at the top. He was like just being born. See? He was only 10 years old. 7 years later, they founded it. Cornerstone. So he was basically the French. Says he was initiated in Egypt. Yeah, he ran the Grand Orient de France. The Illuminati. He's the Illuminati. But then the empire was taken over with AI. Infiltration claims. Figures like John Robinson and Augustin Beru argued that the Bavarian Illuminati infiltrated the Grand Orient to cause the French Revolution. It was atheism. So he conquered the Grand Orient, basically. This is just basic shit. All right.
Means of convincing the public. The propaganda machine is completely broken. And so what does that mean? You're in the middle of a war.
I don't really want to hear all the mumbo jumbo.
Or you're in the middle of a massive power shift globally. Like everything is changing.
Smith has jumped his topics in the middle of debates, and not even debates, but just talking openly about like ideologies and beliefs, I guess. And he has totally just changed his way of thinking and agreed to, I don't know. And he's done it on the Crucible with what's his face? I can't think of his name.
The economy, military strength, like everything. And
Andrew
it's
Wilson.
impossible to know who is telling the truth. Like who comes out more credible in this, in the media? Like who are the people you listen to? What's that look like?
Well, I think everybody who's being authentic, I think, is who's coming out ahead of this. It seems like if you look at like the podcast numbers, you know what I mean? Like it's the.
He's more worried about being famous, I feel like. He's always talking about being famous and numbers and this and that and that and this. Every time I try to watch him,
everybody who's being.
He just seems giddy to be in front of somebody.
Everything. And it's impossible to know
like, oh my
who is telling the truth. Like who comes out more credible in this, in the media? Like who are the people you listen to? What's that look like?
Who does Tucker work for? That's what I really like to know. We've been doing all this secret society shit. Basically, I figured out every time that person shows up, a secret society is either created or takes over.
Well, I think everybody.
So it's basically almost like an auction. Who's going to get the guy first?
Who's being authentic, I think, is who's coming out ahead of this. It seems like if you look at like the podcast numbers, you know what I mean? Like it's the people who are being critical of.
I don't think looking at podcast numbers means anything.
The regime's policies.
Yes.
It's the people, from my perspective, the people who are telling the truth. And so in the media world, I think there's been this, as you know, because you were in the old media world for so long.
Only 35 years.
You go. Okay, not that long. That's a little bit. You put a little bit of time in.
I'm implicated, yes.
But look, I always thought, and I mean this, I used to watch you back on your MSNBC show, and you were always one of the very few kind of authentic people. Even when you were wrong about stuff and things that you look back on and you're like, oh, I've changed my mind about all that. But it's an incredibly phony world. Like news in general, there's something about it that's very, it's very, welcome back to the 6 o'clock news. And, it's just like, what is that? That's not how you talk.
Credibility doesn't derive from being right about everything. Credibility derives from being honest.
Yes. But so I think.
That is so true, what Tucker just said. We've brought this up many times.
After the first 20 years or so, first 15 years of the 20.
Let me throw these subtitles on.
21st century, and at this point, we're 26 years into the 21st century now. It's the government, every single crisis that's happened, and we've had quite a few. We had 9/11, and we had the global war on terrorism. We had the huge financial crash in 2008. We had COVID. We had that. Okay, so on every single crisis, the government and the media just lied through their teeth to the American people and got exposed.
This whole thing with the Epstein file, we're going to remove. What it kind of did was expose that the situations that we actually truly see, where we see like, oh, there's these trans people doing riots, oh, there's gay riots, oh, there's activists, there's protests this, protests that. It literally proves that it's 100% all paid for and propagandized. And the proof is the obscure stuff that is in these files that these people did or are still doing, have done, been doing, and how deep it actually goes. If anybody would care to indulge into it, if you have the mindset to even fathom what's happening in there? Because that's a record. That's like dismissing the Bible. You guys are recreating a Bible, and it's called the Epstein Files for the future. We're not using it. It's already been figured out. Epstein is no Messiah. Get it straight. Get it right. Trump isn't either. We've already proved that. We proved who Jesus actually is.
Like, it's not like anyone now thinks, like, maybe Saddam really did have weapons of mass destruction. Like, we all know.
Cyrus,
we all know if you get the vaccine, you can get COVID. Turns out you can get COVID even after having the vaccine, as everyone who got the vaccine also got COVID, or just about. And so it was like all these phonies in media
lying. Did you get the vaccine? I've seen that people
like, it's not like anyone now thinks like maybe Saddam really did have weapons of mass destruction. Like,
and not just the COVID vaccine. I mean, like all vaccines.
We all know. We all know if you get the vaccine
is safe
you can get COVID. Turns out you can get COVID.
Think
even
about
after
how long humans have been around without having vaccinations like this. Why do you think kids need vaccines? Does it to ask yourself that? Ask yourself why the medical insignia in the Navy for a corpsman is the same insignia symbol as ancient Lady Babylonian.
The vaccine, as everyone who got the vaccine also got COVID, or just about. And so it was like all these phonies in media lying us on behalf of power, lying to us about these policies.
Right. It's the power of control. It's not money, because money doesn't mean anything to them. They just care about you listening to them and doing as you've been doing.
At the same time, as they were getting exposed for all of it.
Human beings are the AI that they're talking about. Your artificial intelligence right here. Program narratives, not him, but just people in general nowadays.
Yes. And I do think COVID did it almost more than anything.
I don't want to hear about COVID,
or our own TV studio, amount of money. You know what I mean? Like, it's not do this for a reasonable amount of money. You know what I mean? Like, it's not in 1980, if you wanted to set up your own TV studio, you needed a corporation to get behind you, because who had the resources? Whereas everyone now can open their computer. If you have a phone, you can record yourself and put it out there. So the technology allowed for tremendous parity, and the lying us into all of these disasters resulted in people really craving authenticity. Yeah. And so, it's just like the propaganda machine got broken. Now, to your point, the
propaganda machine didn't get broken until the AI machine of this. This is where they get the propaganda from. Because if they control this, they control it all. Because if you search something and they have it set to push a narrative, which they do, each platform does, and it's always got to be based off the original formula of Ada Lovelace, the true false narrative. Has to have that inside of its system or it can't exist. Because if you don't have one, you can't have the other. It's like light and dark. That's the math of light and dark, true and false. You either have truth or you have darkness. You have false. You can't have one without the other without understanding, if that makes sense to anyone. Because darkness can mean so many different things. It can mean deceiving someone's perception to alter what they think in their mind, which is pretty messed up. It could be using that plus speaking about it so that it really alters them. That's a trifecta right there. You get the physical, the verbal, like there's so many different skill sets that the body has, like hearing, seeing, sight, touch, taste, smell. So many different things that you have access to that you can be manipulated with. That's real. Pheromones and stuff like that is a real thing. Just like sight with a man being tempted by women. It's very easy for a woman to do such things, and that's one of the main reasons they don't really allow women to lead, because it's very easy for a woman to manipulate and dictate narratives. And just because of that advantage point, And you see how society is right now, how women basically dictate relationships, or how they dictate even the dating in an aspect to itself. Oh, what are you going to do for me? Where are we going to go? What are you going to spend? How much do you got? Where do you work? How much do you make? How much do you earn? What do you got? That's not, like, life's not supposed to be a game like that. And if you're going to play that kind of game, the advice I have for men that want to be real men, you need to ignore people like that. Not just women, just even especially the men that act like that. Anybody that acts like that, that's just not healthy for anybody to have that kind of mindset. Just gimme, want, take. Like, no. If you want to create that kind of unification with another person and break it off from yourself and that type of spiritual connection on your own with God and bring another into that unification, then, I mean, originally there used to be sacred laws to this, but nobody knows them anymore, and they're sacred for a reason. They're secretive because people aren't supposed to know them.
Policies are...
But to do it out of that aspect, and everybody calls it marriage and wedlock, that's what they've turned it into nowadays. They've even put a contract on it to make you think, like, mentally it means something. But to have that type of aspect of thinking, that's up to you. Like, that's your own choice because you're alive. You know, you get that choice. What are you going to do with it, though? Why are you doing it? I don't think people should get with other people or be around things that make them feel whole, like in that aspect. I feel like you need to make yourself feel whole before you go out and try to help the world, if that makes sense, or if you go and try to help anybody. Like, how, especially if you do something for somebody and you do it for them out of the pure enjoyment, knowing that you may get a thank you. And then if the thank you is not good enough or it's not what you were expecting, then it turns into, why did you even do it to begin with? Does that make sense? It makes sense to me. A lot of people do stuff for other people just because they want to, I thank you, or they want the pleasure of knowing that they did good, instead of knowing that what they're going to be doing was good, and they did it because it needed to be done, and they got it done. That's the enjoyment of doing it. Not, oh, and then going around brag about it. Oh, I did this, I did that. And then keep talking about it, dragging it on and on and on and on and on. Oh, tongues.
Are still going on. And that just creates a very interesting new time. Like, there never was, I cannot imagine if, while George W. Bush was trying to, push the war in Iraq, let's say for all of 2002, they spent the full year, humanity were call voters trusted the most. We're hearing their favorite newscaster calling it, telling the truth, doing news. Well, you can't even fathom what that would be like. Well, that's what it's like now. Now, that's the situation. And I don't know what that means exactly, but I know that governments all around the world have invested heavily in propaganda campaigns for a reason, because they think that's really important. They think it's important that they don't just go invade Iraq, but that they convince you first that he's got nuclear weapons and he's in bed with the terrorists and they're, whatever Condoleezza Rice said, we don't want the warning to be in the form of a mushroom cloud from the bomb that doesn't exist. His terrorist friends who he hates, who he's not friends with at all. But so now we're in this new world.
He has said new world like 3 times.
And it's very exciting as someone who's a part of it. And it's too easy with the going for. Governments all around the world have invested heavily in propaganda campaigns for a reason, because they think that's really important. They think it's
podcaster,
important that they don't
see?
just go invade Iraq, but that they convince you first that he's got
Libertarian,
nuclear weapons and he's in bed with the terrorists and they're, you know, whatever
has come
Condoleezza
to
Rice. We
believe
don't
in
want the
God,
warning to be in the
stating
form
that
of a
he has
mushroom
come to believe in
cloud
God
from the
since
bomb that doesn't
shift in
exist.
the original
His
over a
terrorist friends who
decade.
he hates, who he's not
Was
friends
an
with at all.
atheist
But
for over a decade,
but-
recently announced
so now we're in this
shift
new
in his religious
world.
views.
And it's very exciting as someone who's
Tucker
a part of it,
Carlson network
and
that
it's
he
it's
experienced a
an exciting
profound
moment to be
turn
alive.
toward faith
But it is certainly a
followed
dangerous
difficult
one.
pregnancy
You know,
for
they say the
his
most
wife.
dangerous time for a woman to leave
So is it the
the
only
most
reason?
dangerous time for an abused woman is when she tries to leave.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's when he might kill you. And that's kind of how I feel about the government right now.
I think that's so, first of all, so well put,
See,
and also so
To me,
true.
this is the wrong
because
reason to believe
it
in
can't
God. Nothing
actually
against
last
why
that
he
much
chose
longer
to
because
find
the
God, but
disparity
the thing
in
is,
power is too great. So I think a lot of people who
in your
have
time
podcasts.
your own sorrow.
I've been in so many different kinds of media. It's hard to remember what this one's called. What's podcasting?
Like
it's
I
the same,
just
you know.
brought up
It's a
about
kind of silly term that doesn't really make sense.
It doesn't.
We don't have
from that
iPods
trinity
anymore.
of
I don't know why.
yourself
It just
and God
that one
and
just
family.
stuck for whatever reason.
It's so
but-
true. But people who
There's
have, you know,
prices
in
if you don't
independent
do it
media feel
properly.
like they have a lot of power.
And
Oh, I've got so much power.
Sometimes I'm not saying that
They have
this
no
happened
power.
to him, but
They don't
when
control
you reach out to God only at
the
these
medium.
types
Really,
of
they don't control
moments, you're not
YouTube.
praying to holy
They
light.
don't have
You're praying to
the
darkness
FBI
at
at
that
their
point.
disposal. They don't have nuclear
Because
weapons.
the thing
so
is God's
actually,
taking away from you.
they are powerless. And through
Kinda-
a quirk
kinda
of
almost
history,
like-
because we're in a change moment,
Like if you
that's not obvious. But
think about it
has
like
to be
this.
obvious. There's too much at stake, right?
Yeah, there were
okay. And I have nothing against Dave Smith. That's just theoretical. You guys like to create theories. In May 2025, Dave Smith shared on Tucker Carlson Network that he experienced a profound turn toward faith following a difficult pregnancy for his wife, which left him feeling a complete lack of control. He described a moment in a hospital maternity ward where, overwhelmed by the possibility of losing his wife or child, he instinctively began to pray and negotiate with God for their well-being, and the defining moment that brought him to certainty about God's existence. Okay. Everything I said, it's not just him, but it's how it goes usually with everybody. But see how I had to read more to it. Smith has expressed views that secularism, I don't know what that is, and modern wokeism lack the structural stability and foundational values that older traditional religions provide to civilization. Older traditional religions provide to civilization. How about old just ways, not religions? How about that? How about just the way that it's supposed to be? The truth. Like he says. What the hell is theism? Suggests a move toward Christianity. Others suggest a more general, recently discovered belief in God. Theism. During a crisis. What is this? Is this new? What is this? The general belief that at least one deity, God or gods, exists. It's a broad umbrella term that covers many different views or viewing the divine. To keep it simple, here is how it breaks down. The core idea, unlike atheism, the belief that no gods exist, or Gnosticism, the belief that we can't know for... What? We don't know for sure? That doesn't need to be... Just say, I don't know. You don't need to coin phrase it. A theist is convinced there is a higher power. So basically, you just believe there's a higher power. You don't have to create two different terminologies. Because atheism is basically, it's a crime. We went over this. And I wonder if they're the one, they changed it because we went over this. Relationship with the world. In most common forms of theism, God is seen as the creator of the universe who remains actively involved in it, answering prayers, performing miracles, or providing moral guidance. I don't think God is seen as the creator of the universe who remains actively knowing in it. Well, this is definitely a thing. Actively knowing in it, this is definitely a big thing. The whole, he sees you when you're sleeping, he knows when. It's not just the dark gods, it's the main one too. Like, everybody knows. All those galaxies and stars you guys see, they all know. Just because you can't see them doesn't mean they can't hear you and see you. Every time you guys do a reset, you get stupider. 167 resets in 2,000 years. It's insane. I don't really want to dig through like where each one took place either. I've dug through like 5 main important ones that they talk about the most. The rest they all hide because there's weird shit that happens. So they're like, let's not talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. And I also noticed that every time this happens for these things, these events that happen, this goes all the way back to 1100, right after the discovery of King Arthur's body. These secret societies started popping up, being created constantly. And almost 1,000% of them are created out of France. And then scattered throughout the world, distributed almost. Going way back to the Knights Templar. But anyways, that's way back in the way days. I didn't really dive into that too much. I don't dive into a lot of too much history like that because it instantly comes to me and then like, I'm on a mission, man. To me, that's just, it's, if you guys want to dive into it and like decipher it all, go ahead. I'm giving you guys the keys to search that areas, I guess, of the shadows. Just don't take the narrative for what it says. And if it starts talking like it's hypothetical, maybe it's not. Because everything that you're doing right now is hypothetical and theoretical. Everything in science is theoretical. Ever since Newton discovered gravity, he didn't discover shit. He theoretically, hypothetically, came up for a term of why shit stays on the planet called gravity. Well, this is why it falls. I watched an apple fall. And he related that to basically Adam and Eve. And tricked everybody into believing that he was a mastermind. Simple as that. Oh my goodness. And doing the math behind it, oh my goodness. We'll do a whole separate video about him another day. Because his is the grounding of everything, and I'm trying to be nice. Trying to be nice, man. Too much truth overload can hurt your brain. Look at this guy. So basically, Dave Smith believes Dave Smith is Jewish, and I don't care what that says. The cultural background doesn't mean anything. I knew that I like the fact that he is Jewish, and when people are like, well, you're against the Jews, he's like, dude, I am a Jew. He's a good example of that argument. Like, don't use that against me. Like, he's perfect for that argument. Like, don't use that against me. There's a lot of other figures that are the same exact way, including important figures. I'm not saying that Dave Smith's not important, but a lot of people think they're important, or they're trying to become important in the wrong textual meaning. Like, and Dave Smith's explaining it perfectly in the beginning, right off rip. Well, you're only important if you got the followers and the statistics. That doesn't mean that you got the truth. Joe Rogan has hosted almost every single person in the E-Files list and basically has pushed them to be able to obtain that kind of numbers and statistics because they've appeared on his podcast. And he can say as an argument like, well, I didn't know and blah, blah, blah. Well, you did know that Epstein was kind of eyeballing you because you knew about it and you attested to knowing about it. You're not on trial or anything, but you said, yeah, I knew about it, and I just dismissed it. But did you dismiss it as to why all these really important, supposedly important, well, they weren't important until you brought them on the show. That's the thing. You brought these people that you thought were important because you were told they were important by somebody. Who told you they were important? Epstein didn't have to get on the show. That's not what he wanted to do. He wanted to bring guests on your show to push them so they could become what they became. There's so many. And for Joe Rogan to be like, well, I didn't know. Well, it shows that your judge of character sucks. Because you said straight out loud, these people are way smarter than me. Are you meaning to say that these cult-like people are smarter than you? If they are, then I don't know what your show's for, I guess, people that are as smart as you to be tricked. I guess you guys are going to be the old generation. I don't know. Maybe that's what their game plan is. Because a lot of times when something real serious gets brought up, Joe Rogan will just default to make a joke out of it and then try to find light in it. Like, sometimes you need to talk seriously. Like, a lot of stuff that's important is not a game. It's not a joke. Sometimes there's deeper meaning than what these people are saying. You got to be able to know what the hell
don't they
they're
have to be
talking about. Because they're speaking in linguistics to confuse you and whoever's listening. We will be right back. Sorry, we are back. I'll have to download these and edit them later. Because I get up a lot. God Lord.
Crushed.
I think it was the CNN lady. She used to work for Vice, I believe, but the girl who was like known for interviewing.
Like, he always strays off talking about nothing.
People don't.
I was very scared to.
For their mistakes, and I know this from having a wife and children. To be criticized for their mistakes, and I know this from having a wife and children. Totally fine to be, you know, criticized for something you feel confident is the right thing. But if you screw something up and someone says, "Say, I told you," you want to shoot the person. It's very hard for people to deal with that, and so.
Did Tucker say if someone's held accountable for what they did
you
wrong?
feel confident is the right thing. But if you screw something up and someone says, say, I told you," you want to shoot the person. It's very hard for people to deal with that. And so if you have a war like this, which is obviously, you know, this is one of the most profound moments of my lifetime. This is much more profound than 9/11, I think. Thankfully, not as, you know, relatively few Americans have died, but you can see that this is the end of something. And the consequences are very, very serious. In the middle of that, to criticize the decision to start the process that led to this, it feels like you're going to be punished for that.
Yeah.
Do you feel that?
Yes, I know exactly what you mean. And I almost, like on some, I don't know, in some way I feel like the political thing or the wise calculation here would almost be to be like, Mr. President Trump, you did such a phenomenal job with this, and it's such a success that we should just stop right now and declare victory or something, like, you know what I mean?
Victory of
I'm
what?
just
Nobody even knows why he went to war. He doesn't even know why he went to war. He was just told, we got to go to war. We got to do this. It's prophesized. He's like, do it. I'm the Messiah. I'm the Messiah. Jesus told me. He had a tube up his nose and he talked to me like Bane. He was like, you're Jesus. I'm Jesus. I am Yahweh. I am the hidden one. You shall be the Messiah.
no good at being a political operative. I'm only good at telling the truth. Like, it's all I only have one speed. You know, Ben Shapiro called me out recently.
Ben Shapiro, we need to do a video on him. Ben Shapiro called him out recently on what?
And called me a bunch of names, and then she said, I know, I can hear Dave right now saying, debate me, bro. Like, if you believe this, why don't you debate me? And he goes, no, I don't debate with it. But he's kind of right in a way that is my response.
Of course.
I mean, I only have one speed. It's all I know how to do. Like, come podcast with me. Like, I don't know anything else. So,
come podcast with you? I'll come on your podcast remotely. I'm not coming on physically. Maybe. I don't know. Depends. Depends on what we're going to talk about.
Well, because you're rooted in kind of the old America where
being in front of me compared to talking to me is two different things.
You know, there was a free market, not just in the economy, but like intellectually, free market of ideas.
Yeah, we're supposed to have it at least.
Yeah, that the whole country was built on that.
Yeah,
idea.
And so, but Ben
Shapiro and et cetera, they don't share that view at all.
He knows the ideas can't hold up. I mean, he'll debate a 19-year-old gender confused kid because he knows he can win that debate. Yeah. You know, it's not that kid's more serious than me. You know, that's not really the issue. But
I do this because I want to make a difference.
I guess. So just that, like, I only have one speed. I only know how to just tell you what I think is really going on here. And
that's a
and
God
I think
given,
you're right.
right?
I think this is such a disaster because Donald Trump, first of all, it'd be very difficult at this point, even if he wanted to just stop the thing, which I think he does at this point, want to stop the thing. I think it seems to me like he believed this could be quick and easy.
I think Trump truly believed that he was the Messiah that we were talking about earlier.
Like Venezuela, and we're way past that at this point. But he can't just stop now. But obviously, there's the Iranians and the Israelis are involved in this too.
He hasn't done anything besides expose
it doesn't seem like either of them want to stop,
including
right now.
himself.
So there you got a big problem
because his team.
But also,
didn't
Look, this
sweep
isn't
it good enough
Venezuela.
for him, and it was never supposed to be released.
I don't know what the latest
Because
CENTCOM
Bibi's
numbers
name
are. I
was in
thought
it too.
13 dead
Bibi's name is
Americans
in
was
the
the last I
files
saw.
too.
The
It
150
exposes him
plus
and
wounded
proves
number
his
came out weeks
allegations
ago.
from the
I
United
don't know what that's up
Nations.
to now.
See how this is all tied to
bases
each other?
and in the region
A
have
lot of
been
stuff's all tied
very,
into this, and
badly
it's
damaged.
deep.
The damage to the global economy is
Like Bibi Netanyahu being in the files and who it's tied to, and Peter Thiel and all this crap shows that literally the platforms we all use to talk to each other and spread this kind of information, it's all on a giant network that Bibi Netanyahu himself, along with a bunch of other big people that you guys probably have never heard about because they're not mainstream people like you see these two. Oh, they're famous. They're famous because they think they're famous. Or not famous. They are famous. People know who they are. But they're the ones that do stuff behind the screens. That's the thing. They're behind the screens. You don't see them ever. You don't know their names. But the United Nations do. And they constantly try to figure out who these, they try to get evidence together. And a lot of evidence to a lot of charges that the UN is holding world leaders for accountability is in these files. This is a religious thing. This is crazy. Religious. He believes in God, basically. That's what he says. Polytheism, belief in multiple gods like ancient Greek religion. What is he? Theism? A theist is basically someone who's a recovered alcoholic, someone in AA. Might as well make the book of AA the theist religion, because that's what it sounds like. But they usually focus on God, like a Bible, actual Bible. But this theist crap, theism, umbrella, just pick one. If you want to combine these two. How about the idea that there has to be the first one in order to be multiple ones? Because that's the way it works. Because like Christianity and Islam and Judaism, they believe, this is why BCE, before Christ existed, human beings lost how to connect with God because they weren't present anymore. So, yeah, only in one God. What do you guys think? Would it be, this is the thing, there's so many people on earth now. Belief in one God or multiple gods? There's multiple cultures, multiple different ways of living, right? Traditional ways of living and the way people want to live. So if there's one true God and he's able to be a creator God of other gods, say, how would that work out? Anybody ever think of it like that? The true creator of gods. He creates Adam and then he creates Eve. Get it? Got it. Good. That's what they say. I don't know. You guys want to talk about Genesis? I don't. It's a... If you want to debate the Bible with me, it starts and ends at Genesis. We don't get past the third page. Let's just put it that way. And you want to do the jump? I jump all the way to the end, where it starts speaking of Legion in Revelations, after the story of Adam and Eve reprocreating constantly. If that's the way you guys want to think of it. This thing is this religious aspect is the story of Jewish culture. So unless everybody's going to proclaim to be Jewish and just say, hey, Jewish, what's Jewish mean? Jewish. Nobody knows. So it means you. You. Because J doesn't exist back in the day. You. So it's you. You're you. Get it? Why it's proclaimed that, I don't know. You. Ugh. That's why they spit on people that aren't Jew. It's polar opposite. I don't even know what's going on with that. It's really weird. You guys think so? I think so. So Jew means you. Anyway. That's anyway.
So it's not
But Dave Smith's a Jew.
That's
I mean, he says he was born as a Jew. What that
can't
means,
just come out of this and then pretend something really great happened. If he stops right now, then it's like, oh, you just
compared to what we went over it.
Started a disaster for no reason on behalf of a foreign country.
Like this is just
behind it awful
anymore in 2026.
Then there's a couple factors. I've seen this play. I know you've seen this over the years, certainly during the global war on terrorism, where there is, I guess, what you could call like the sunk cost fallacy of war, which is the worst of all sunk cost fallacies.
That's the other thing too. They've
but it's
turned the regions into so many different regions with so many different
those boys died for nothing. If we don't finish the job,
everything is chaotic.
And it's like, oh man, is that a bad trap to get into? Because the reality is that
if they want to have people that are living and being,
that's over.
That's the thing.
And if you continue this, more boys will die for nothing.
That's correct.
And so no one,
unless you guys are all just going to give up your control to just one being, like it says,
a debate between Scott
and actual Christian current faiths, and let them take the harness for the way things are supposed to be for everybody on earth, or you have one person that lays out a ground plan, and then if the other nations want to be that way, we've discussed this before, if the other nations think, hey, that's a good way to live, it works, it makes sense, it's truthful, it's honest, you can't question it because there's so much truth involved with it. There's no doubting it at that point. What happened to that? And then say the other nations. You don't force them into doing it. You let them bear witness to it. You let them see how it works. Not by control, but by the way it is. The way it's going to be. It has to be. It's either that or, it's the reset that they want is basically the reset of all this. You erase all this stuff and you restart from scratch. It's a lot of work. And then now they know that this way don't work. So what do you do after that? Or do we move on from this? Admit our defeats and failures and just give up the harness and let it be. Because this is what Dave's monotheism and polytheism, if this is what it is. This is how it was. All religions. Well, not religions. It wasn't religion. It wasn't like that. You had gods that controlled the lands. And the thing is it's always been in one region. So instead of doing it in a region, how about we just do it on the planet for once? Like it used to be originally before it got all out of control. We go back really far. Not to 1776. We go back to the original way it was when everybody was forced onto Earth. Because of the Big Bang. One of them. Oh. That's a different story for a different time. For a way different time. We don't talk about stuff like that. But say, like I was saying, Instead of one person just, oh, it pops up out of nowhere like a beach ball, like, I don't know, like Napoleon, Hitler, and then all of a sudden, hey, I'm gonna conquer the lands and kill people on the way through. You know, I'm gonna eliminate everybody that gets in my way and be unstoppable and just keep doing it and doing it and doing it and doing it. Until when? It's all yours, and then what? That's the thing. Misguidance. The wrong guidance pushed the wrong way. Like the church, the Vatican just closed everything because they said God does not make war. He does not want bloodshed. That's true. But if it happens, it's not going to be because of the command of God commanding the armies to do so or anyone to do so. It's going to be because of what the truth has revealed and the effect of it. That might happen. You never know. There's a lot of people on the planet. How are they going to feel? But the thing is mankind has been at a standpoint for a long time, very long time. Standstill. What are they doing? Before there was a mission, and I'm pretty sure that you guys did it, and then this is the thing. You kept having somebody pop up to be like, basically, hey, let us get smart again. We don't know what's going on. We're stuck. We're stuck. We're stuck. We're stuck. Now you're really stuck. You've been stuck for like a long time in an endless loop cycle now. And it's not about, oh, this is the way it should be because it works. It doesn't work. Because you're going to be stuck at that standpoint still the whole damn time. We need to, as a species, as a unified race of species, right? I look at it like that. We're a species. People are gonna have their different views and point of aspect of looking at things, but that's the beauty of it. You got to lead by example first to set the example, and unfortunately, nobody does that. They want to piggyback off someone else's ideologies or their beliefs or what they've seen from someone else, and like, well, I'm like this guy. I'm like a classic Abraham. I'm like a classic General Washington. I'm this, I'm that. Who are you, though? To me, I'm me. I come with truth. I come with knowledge. I come with experience. And I'm me. And the truth is what sets you free. Anyhow. I don't know. Like I said, Dave Smith pivots a lot all over the place. I think he's had 3 different belief concepts. I don't know.
Horton, who is as you know, you've had him on the show, the most incredible foreign policy guy in the country. Scott Horton, who is
Scott Horton. That name sounds familiar. Why does this look like the same guy that we saw? Panel wants or a debate between
as you know, you've had him on the show, the most incredible foreign policy guy in the country.
This guy? This guy? Why does it look like that other guy? Radio host Scott Horton. Who is this guy? I would have to. He appeared on Lex Fridman. I don't trust Lex Fridman. He was in the Epstein private programs to learn how to become a podcaster. He's a robot, big time. That's why all the people that's been on his show has been very, very important people. He's had people on his show that make no sense for no reason, and that's the reason why, because he's tied to all of it. And it makes you almost wonder if all those people that have been on his show are the actual hidden people, and he's the main spokesperson for them all. It's just weird how Putin just comes over and talks for, he don't come over here, they go over there, but it's weird if they're even actually talking to him. Are those interviews even real? I know Tucker did. Tucker ain't gonna lie about that. If he did, then oh my Jesus. He looks kind of familiar. I'm not gonna say nothing about him. I think I've seen him on a podcast.
Just unbelievable levels of brilliance. And his books, Enough Already, Fool's Errand, which are about the global war on terrorism, are the best books written on the subject. His book Provoked, about the war in Ukraine, is the best book written on the subject.
They're literally exhaustive. I only know Scott Horton because of you and what improvement to my life.
Yeah, I mean, he has been such an incredible resource. He's a great friend of mine, one of my closest friends, but he's also he's like my mentor in the foreign policy stuff. And he's just so great because he's such a tool, because he's got a photographic memory. So I can literally just call him at any point and you'll just be like, when Iran invaded Iraq in 1980, in 1982, weren't they fighting here? And then he'll just be like, yeah, they were fighting here and here. And then this guy has all their names and everything. It's really incredible. But so he was debating Wesley Clark on Piers Morgan's show. Talk about the new media world that we live in and how crazy it is now that Scott Horton gets to square off with a 4-star general. And Wesley Clark, who, look, I have my issues with him, but he did give us that great admission about the 7 countries in 5 years. So I'll always kind of be grateful to him. Now he tries to walk that back, but we all heard what you said. But he goes at one point talking about, I believe it was Gaza, if I'm getting this correct. He said this was while it was still, intensely going on. And he goes, but if we just leave now, then Hamas gets to say they won. And you're like, sir, general, that's your opinion on war? But that's a recipe to be in forever war always. We can't ever leave anywhere, because so what happens is you get this thing where it's like there's the sunk cost fallacy. We can't leave now because we have to win. And then Donald Trump is now, of course, he put his entire presidency on the line for this, which was really foolish. And so now he's got to get a win. Let me get a win, and then I can get out, So let's do a big thing. But then you do a big thing, and they respond with a big thing. And then you go, shoot, now we got to respond to that thing. And this is the escalation trap, right? Like that, and this was what people like me and you have been talking about for years. And all the Warhawks in the country really enjoyed mocking me and you for the last 7 months or whatever it's been, from between the 12-day war and this latest war in Iran, going, oh, you guys were acting like this was going to be a disaster. And look, it wasn't a disaster. Okay, we're back in it now, and it's a disaster. And precisely 0 of those people are going, oh, I guess I was wrong about that.
No, they'll be clamoring for you to be arrested and imprisoned.
Yeah,
of course, right? Because your existence is a mark of shame, because you remember, right?
Yeah.
So anyone who remembers has to be taken off the board. I'm just interested. I never think about.
There's another guy that
those people. The Mark Levin. I say a prayer for Mark Levin every day. This is the religion I'm supposed to. But he's not. I mean, Mark Levin's an idiot. He's not pulling any strings. He's a tool of larger forces here. What I'm fascinated by are the assumptions that, like, ordinary non-Mark Levin Americans have about the United States, the nature of power, history, that allowed us to make the greatest mistake of my lifetime, which is this war. What are those? And a lot of this has to do with the Second World War.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So
we're reading the wrong lessons into that. And I just want to say, for the 100th time, I'm the opposite of pro-Nazi. I'm against authoritarianism in all its forms. But why is it that we look at the Second World War and then make a bunch of false assumptions that get us into engagements like this that hurt us?
Well,
what is that? What are the myths?
Well, I think the way I look at it, right, and this is, I've defended Daryl Cooper quite publicly, quite often, for what he said on your show, which really, it was, by the way, it's so revealing and totally proves his point, the response to that. Because there's just no reason why that should have been such a huge thing, but like, the thing is that...
Hey, Daryl Cooper, did Hitler...
The thing about Dave Smith is I really don't want to say nothing bad about him. His personality just seems like that of Elon Musk. It's like kiddish sometimes.
In on war, but that's a recipe to be in forever war always. We can't ever leave anywhere, because what happens is
it's hard to take him. It's hard to take him serious, because he's like.
You get this thing where it's like, there's the sunk cost fallacy. We can't leave now because we have to win. And then Donald Trump is now, of course, he put his entire presidency on the line for this.
Got a bunch of wolves behind him,
which was really
they're
foolish.
Literally on his ass
and
every time.
So now he's got to get a win.
Motive.
Let me get a win,
he doesn't
and then I can get out. So let's do a big thing.
That win,
but then you do a big thing, and they respond with a big
closure,
thing. And then you go, shoot. Now we got to respond to that thing, and this is the escalation trap.
And that's what he's talking about. I only have one speed, and he'll throw out so much random information at once at you. He's like, answer it all. That's not a debate tactic. Like, I could keep up with him. It's not that difficult. The AI systems I use can't keep up with me when I, like, basically tried to... I tell the AI the truth, and it's like, where'd you get that from? I know. Don't question where I got shit from. That's how you know the AI is messed up, when it asks you back, where'd you get this information from? What? I'm not telling you. It's a secret. Me and God talked about it, and he was like, hey... The real anti-Semitism.
Speaking of,
you've been looking for a HELOC, so here's why Trust Financial Group should be your next click.
Tucker's
blowback. Speaking of blowback, I mean, it's hardly my job to like defend Jewish Americans, but I want to defend all Americans, and I definitely want to defend the principle that we should be judged on our own terms, not by people who look like us or we're related to. Like, I think that's the most important thing. But I mean, I do think you often hear, anti-Semitism is on the rise. Awakening. I agree with that.
Yeah.
And I wish it was.
What did he say?
Anti-Semitism is on the rise. I agree with that.
What is anti-Semitism? Didn't we go over this? Didn't we go over this and debunk this already? How is this a thing? Using the symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism, claims of Jews killing Jesus, or blood level to characterize Israel or Israelis. Who killed Jesus? That's anti-Semitism by saying that. Anti-Semitism is prejudice, hatred, or discrimination against Jewish people, either individually or collectively based on their religion, ethnicity, or cultural heritage. It is a long-standing form of bigotry that has been described as the longest hatred, adapting to different times and contexts over thousands of years from ancient religious anti-Judaism. They can't uphold this if this is an actual... It says anti-religious Judaism to modern racial and political ideologies. If this is the case for this, if this is the whole argument for anti-Semitism, the whole point of freedom of religion voids this out. You can't use this, sorry. Because you can't use a religion to create laws. That's what that whole point of that law, that freedom in the amendment of freedom of religion here in the United States, part of the constitutional rights, clearly means that there won't be no laws created based off of a particular religious view. No religion will be used like this. It prevents this. So this is unconstitutional, this law right here. This right here. Here, let's debate. Let's debate the AI. It's unconstitutional to invoke, create, or enforce this ideology or law based on the constitutional rights to freedom of religion. Does people not know what the constitutional, like what the Constitution means? That's not a First Amendment. You can't make laws out of First Amendments. See, you can't do that. The amendments aren't there to create laws. They're there to not create laws based on all this shit. Yeah, see? Federal law, specifically Title 6 of the Civil Rights Act 1964, prohibits discrimination based on race, color, or national origin in programs receiving federal funding. The Declaration of Independence is part of this. It doesn't specifically say. Here, watch this. Who created this word? We did this already. And they created laws to like enforce this later down the road. That's why it keeps jumping back to the early 50s and early 40s, because this has been going on since. And JFK was going to expose all this shit. And they whacked him for it. See? It was coined in 1876 by the German journalist and agitator Mark created the term specifically to replace the older, more religious-sounding German word Judenhass, Jew hatred. Scientific Wiener at the time, prejudice was shifting from religious grounds to racial ones. Marr wanted a term scientific and objectively justified to political, the League of Anti-Semites. The Harry popularized blah blah blah, which was the first German organized dedicated specifically to combating what he claimed was the Jewish threat to. And this is the thing. You guys are trying to turn this nation into a Jewish culture by enforcing all these Jewish laws into the United States law system. We're not doing that. You're not enforcing a religious-based law system, which is basically this, the Jewish Torah. We went over this earlier about Trump being anointed by Jesus, basically, from the Torah conventions.
Yeah.
And I wish it wasn't true. But that is absolutely real.
You can call me whatever
and I know
you
that
want.
I'm blamed for it.
I'm anti-Zion.
But I'm against,
I think
against
you're
it.
I think you're one of the okay,
I'm really
I know
against
people will mock me for saying this, but I genuinely think it's true. I think you are one of the leading fighters against anti-Semitism in the country.
You want to call people anti-Semites? I'm going to create the new terminology for everything. I'm anti-Baal, anti-Moloch, anti-Saturn, anti-anything that relates to this culture and the backbone of it, which is basically what the Jewish culture is. It's what it's turned into, Jewish Zionism, because it's created by the British culture. They're the original Jewish Zionists. That's why they're so pale. That's why they're so dumb. They have the best education system in the world and they still can't advance themselves. Why? Why? You guys have the best. You guys have the best education. Why hasn't man progressed? Like, why hasn't Earth progressed? Because the ones obtaining the secrets and using the bullshit can only use it to a certain extent, and then they're like, we're done. I don't know what to do after that. Let's just have everybody on repeat recycle while we get to rejuvenate all the time. Yay.
I think I do what I can to be that as well. I think if you really want to see a decrease in Jew hatred, then I think maybe it would be good to have Jewish people saying, hey, I am totally against this. I am not for this. But also, it is, and I'm not defending collectivism of any
So everybody wants to wonder how they populated so quickly. It's because they worship Baal. They just that's the worship of just repopulating a nation real quickly.
Right. But it is very predictable,
Creating
and it is just human nature. You know, if you have...
That's why Jewish people over in Israel don't look like the Jewish people here in America, because the Jewish people here in America follow the old laws and the old ways. And what Trump really wants to do is he's going to reset the nation. What he wants to do is reset the entire nation back to scratch and basically recreate the Constitution. But instead of doing that from scratch, he's just going to use the Torah and the Talmud. He's going to, because that's who's running the show with him. That's who's pulling the strings. The people that kinged him, Lord Cyrus.
It's
Jesus.
That's why it's so scary.
Yes,
it is human nature. That's exactly right.
If let's say you just have a neighborhood,
Smith,
okay, there's like a neighborhood, all things being equal or whatever, and a bunch of black teenagers or black young men are going around and mugging and beating up
You
people.
claim to be a Jew?
Do you think anti-black racism is going to go up, go down, or stay the same?
Crime causes racism.
This is right.
I've said that for years.
Now,
So does pushing narrative to cause division and cause racism and causes crime. Creating a system where it makes it impossible to survive on the basics causes crime. A lot of stuff causes crime. Let's talk about what causes crime. And then Tucker laughs about it. He's like, oh. It's really not that funny.
shut up. Go down or stay the same.
Crime causes racism.
This is right.
I've said that for years.
No, racism causes crime. Crime causes racism. Racism, promoting racism and division through media, and he should know this because he worked for the Fox News or whatever. The division that comes from the mainstream media to push and segregate people without it actually being there is what causes the crime, because that's what causes the mindset to be that way. And the thing is, without it, America would be pretty peaceful. That's why it was so peaceful before everything took a shit and we started letting Jewish people and Jewish mafia. This is from the Jewish mafia. I'm anti-Jewish mafia that basically created the Israel that we all see today with the help of Britain. Because Britain created Zionism in 1880, like 1883, when all that shit we were just looking at, it's tied back to that. So you're not creating a law system anywhere and trying to enforce it to basically cover your tracks and ass from calling you out on the truth.
Now,
Shut up.
Yeah,
Okay.
what now? Is it fair to the black guy who didn't mug or beat up anyone that there's
Of course
no,
not. I think
it's not
everybody
fair to
needs
him.
Hold themselves accountable, including these.
It's also a predictable
whoever
and
calls somebody
frankly
an
at times an
anti-Semite.
understandable response
it.
from someone
I
who
know
was
why
a
Israel
victim
was
of
created.
getting mugged and
I
beat
get
up.
it.
And so if
It wasn't
you're,
to
you know,
give
if
chosen
you're
people their lands,
a
it was so
black
they
person
could
who's like
perform
in
a
the public
ritual
eye, it
reset.
might be reasonable
Like
at
they
that point to
have
go, hey
been doing
guys, we gotta stop
2,000
mugging people and
years.
beating them
We're
up.
done with this
Otherwise,
stupid shit.
they're gonna hate us. And the way I always looked at it, this always just
Yeah,
came
another
very
confusion
natural to me. Like
reset.
this was so obvious.
You know what the real
I'm
reset is?
Jewish.
It's this.
I love Jewish
the
people.
internet.
I love Jewish
It's
culture.
basically
It's,
it failed
it's
them because
who
they
I
wanna
am.
put
It's a big
God
part of me.
concept into
And I
this
think some of the best things
AI
about me I got
system,
from Jewish
and they
culture,
can't.
valuing.
That's what they really want
This
to
is
do.
the
That's what
Regina
AGI
sweet
really
cherry
is.
tree.
It's
Plant it
collecting the
now,
mindsets
and you'll
of
be
everybody's
harvesting as early
algorithm
as this May.
searches
Developed
and
jointly
stuff
by
for
leading
everything
fruit
that you
tree
guys do
research stations in the
collectively,
US and the
then
UK.
transferring
It comes
it
highly
into
recommended
one
by fruit
perfect
growers
feed
with 30 years of experience.
algorithm. And
It
they
stands
can't do
out
it
for its compact growth
because they
habit,
wanna control
early
it and they
harvest,
can't.
resistance to cracking, high yield, and incredible
Because it's always
hardiness.
gonna
It is
default back to
self-pollinating.
defaults.
Even a single tree can yield a bountiful
And you
harvest.
guys, as a
Extremely
human
cold
race,
hardy
when I say
down to
you
negative
guys,
20 degrees
the human
Celsius.
race will
Its
stay
compact
legion
form
mind
makes it
control
ideal
and
for
just
planting in
stop
pots on a
like
balcony
that.
or in the
And
garden.
so will the
We
elites
ship
because
only
they have been
robust
stuck for
2-year-old
about
saplings.
250,
Simply plant and water,
300
and
years
they'll
now.
thrive.
They've been
No
stuck
more
in the
endless waiting for
mechanical age.
5
That's
years.
why they're still fighting
Plant
over
now,
oil.
and the
like
tree will be laden with fruit by May. It
like
bears
primitive
fruit 2
species
to
still fighting over liquid oil.
Intellectual curiosity and family and hard work and a lot and humor and a lot of things that really define who I am are very much.
Can't gas either. I don't believe that. I didn't believe that. Yeah, I don't say I believe in that. That's just the warning. That's literally the warning in the Bible, like saying, hey, if Jewish people come out claiming Zion, don't trust them. And that's exactly what just happened. Because that's what happened. Because the Jewish culture doesn't, that's why it's in the Bible saying if anyone comes out claiming that they're Jewish, it's not real. Because basically, Jesus was the last of the Jews. That's why they don't like Jesus or anyone that worships Jesus, because you're basically saying that the Jewish nation doesn't exist anymore. Get it? That's why they hate people who worship Jesus or talk about Jesus. Because in the Jewish mindset, they believe that if that's the truth and Jesus did die, he's rotting in hell and not the true Messiah. Do you get it? Because that's how it's written in the Ethiopian Bible. This is very conflicting. Because the original law wants to go back to like saying this is proof that the Messiah never showed up. Like this is like proof to them. Like I don't know. What do they got proof of? The Torah is such, in the Talmud is such a, so dumb. It's so long for no reason. Nobody knows that. No one's going to learn that. Come on, guys. And I have nothing against anybody's culture, what they believe in, but I don't think you guys believe in anything. That's the thing. Like, you guys want to see what they worship? They worship. This is what the Talmud worships. The sacred four-letter Hebrew name of God. The tetragrammaton. It means you're here with him. See, it's not a secret. It's not sacred. I just told you guys what it is. It's you're here with him. You're here with him. That's why it's capitalized. See that? It's not sacred. Do you want to know his name? It is generally pronounced Yahweh, and signifies the self-existence, covenant-making creator, often translated as Lord in English versions. It is not translated as Lord. And if it is, it's not the holy light. That's the problem. Anytime Lord is spoken, Lord means ball, okay? And this is where it's all messed up. And this is why this is capitalized. Appearing over 6,800 times in the Hebrew Bible. The other is Yoda. He, it is generally pronounced Yahweh. Signified, yeah, this is Jesus. This is basically Jesus. Translated as Lord. This means Jesus. This doesn't mean this. This is not the right pronunciation of it. Or this is. It is generally pronounced Yahweh. They have so many different meanings to all this stuff. But this means you're here with him. That's what it means. And it's a little trick. He, why, and he. Anybody that wants to look into this and be like, type this in and be like, this is the sacred four-letter. If you go deep dive into this and be like, I know what it means. It means you're here with him. It'll be like, oh, wow, that's really cool that you figured that out. It'll unlock stuff for you. Like, for real, for real. This is an acronym, okay? It's basically an English acronym turned into Hebrew, and then they were like, oh, look it, we found this. No, you didn't. You created it out of your ass. Because it's so easy to create artifacts that aren't real.
Much a part of Jewish
Total
culture.
refusal to go along with whatever else
for
is saying.
sure.
Yep.
For sure. Also, just
because the experts that are behind telling you, "Hey, this is real," they're part of the club. But
whining
of course they're
about things, complaining, fetching. You know, this is all part of me. It's what I do for a living. It turned it into a pretty nice career. But
what is the point of this podcast?
But that being said, it's like I just look at it. I go, okay, so all the stories I've heard from my family and our history are how we were brutally oppressed here and killed here and kicked out of here and relocated here, and then we came to America.
For your sins, you can't believe that Jews even
grown
exist.
up in the.
That's why they get mad at you and ask you, "Well, do you think that we have right to exist?" And that's why you get confused and look at them, because you guys don't understand where their mind's coming from. Because in their eyes, if that's the truth to them, and they are Jewish, because they were told they were born into being a Jew, or Jewish or whatever, and they're told they're being a Jewish person, and they're told that, hey, the Messiah did come and he died for your sins. Well, who is Jesus? Who is this Messiah? Who was this chosen one? Who was this God? Well, he was the last of the Jews. That's why they also get mad if they say, well, the Jewish people killed the Messiah. See, it's an argument that nobody wins, because there's no truth there at all for any of it. And this is the argument between the Old Testament and the New Testament. And to me, what happened, and if you check in the Ethiopian contextual manuscript of it's a crime. Let's call it, that's what it is. It's a crime record. If you go back and look at the actual scriptures and see what they actually mean, and you know what they mean, it's basically, the Old Testament is what they were trying to do, okay? And they basically got to the point of Yeshua being there, which would basically become Joshua nowadays. But because Jesus means Jesus, and we talked about this earlier. This is the thing. And then you have the New Testament, which is what actually happened. They tricked everybody into thinking Yeshua did appear, and he didn't. And instead it was Jesus. And instead of basically doing what they were planning on doing, he died for their sins. For them trying to manipulate everybody into believing that God had appeared. That's why Jesus died for their sins. Because Jesus wasn't God. So he had to die for everybody's sins for tricking everybody. The end. I'm going to take a break. We just got real deep with that passage right there. Let that soak in for everybody. Because that's the truth. That's why they don't respect the Second Testament. That's why they don't like it. But they'll sit there and talk to you about it. And you guys can actually talk about it, which is kind of awesome, because back in the day, no, there would have been bloodshed immediately. Oh, the churches would have came in and just tore your house apart and hung everybody and thrown. This is what anti-Semitism was, not believing in what we're saying is the word of God. Oh, you're dead. Now, let's say one appears and they have the word of God and they don't act that way. That hasn't been seen. I don't think it's ever been seen. I really don't. Old Testament's portrayed that way because everybody's like, the Old Testament's crazy. That's so barbaric. And Jesus, and not Jesus. There is no Jesus in the Old Testament. That's the thing. There was a Jesus, but it's the fake Messiah. That's the thing. The fabricated Messiah polished through mainstream to trick everybody. That's why he was sacrificed. You guys should have the New Testament. It's the story of what Jesus did to betray everybody. It's a betrayal book. Because he's Lord Baal. He betrayed the church. And the church doesn't know what they're doing. And that's what we need to really talk about. Where does the church really stand at? Because I think the church has been manipulated too, and they're really being manipulated with this AI shit. We'll be right back, okay? We will be right back. Because we'll be right back. I need to find some truth in people, and I think we're starting to see a couple people maybe that are maybe worth trusting. We'll be right back though. All right, we are back.
United States of America. This is where my kids live. It's where they're going to grow up. As you say all the time, that's the only thing that matters to me, is that my kids have the best life I can give them. Literally the only thing that matters to me. Everything is a very distant second from that. And I go, okay, so we're 2% of the population in America. We are, by all objective standards.
If you live here in Ohio, Indiana, or Michigan, and you have an old, cracked, or stained garage floor, and you've been looking to do something about it for a while, we have a promo going on right now where we are taking 60% off every project we do, or finance your transformation with 0% interest for 60 full months. It has a lifetime warranty. It takes 1 day to install, and it looks amazing. If you're interested, if you'd like more info on this, click below and we'll text you the details.
This is the Regina Sweet Cherry sapling. Plant it now and harvest your own cherries this May.
Tucker's ads.
Thriving. We're doing great. Jews are not in a part. I have grown up in the United States of America. This is where my kids live. It's where they're going to grow up. As you say all the time, that's the only thing that matters to me, is that my kids have the best life I can give them. Literally the only thing that matters to me. Everything is a very distant second from that. And I go, okay, so we're 2% of the population in America. We are, by all objective standards, thriving. We're doing great. I go, okay, so we're 2% of the population in America. We are, by all objective standards, thriving. We're doing great.
What does he mean by the 2%?
We're not an oppressed minority in America. We're doing better than the average American is doing, substantially. And I've never once, I mean, I don't know. I've had like people on Twitter say things to me or something like that, but there's never once been an obstacle put in my way because I was Jewish. I never couldn't go to this school or couldn't get this job or couldn't do anything like that. And I've had a really great life here. In fact, probably the most like anti-Semitism I've ever dealt with is from the pro-Israel people who call me like a capo every day because I don't support another reckless war. So
capos were the Jewish enforcers,
collaborators with the Nazis
in the ghettos.
Yeah.
Right.
So it was a really nasty thing to call somebody, but whatever. That's the game we're in. So my perspective is like, okay, so you're telling me the whole world treated us like crap. We've come here to America where we've been just very successful and treated very well. My default position is to love the country for that. Like, oh, well, then we should be really grateful to this country. That should be the attitude, not going around lecturing people about whether they've been to the museum about our suffering from decades ago. Like, what is that? It just seems like such a, and look, again, a lot of the critics of Israel are left-wingers. I'm not coming at this from a left-wing perspective. Right. I'm a crotchety old right-winger. Like, I don't agree with any of that. I'm sitting here and saying, if any self-respecting conservative or self-respecting right-winger saw any other minority group complaining about their mistreatment in another continent, in another country, in another century, you'd go, hey, shut up. Get over it. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. That's like what I'm saying. And then, by the way, with Jews, like, oh, you already did. You pulled yourself up by your bootstraps. So, like, what are we even talking about here?
We just described all this, the Old Testament versus the New Testament. That's why we're at war, this religious war. Because Trump and Bibi Netanyahu and Epstein were going to try to combine those two books together, and you can't. You can't do that.
And I don't think like obsessing
and they already did
over past trauma is always.
This is a religious thing. You cannot combine the First and Second Testament together and void out the Old Testament. That's what America and Britain's trying to do with Zionism. That's what Britain's been trying to do.
Answer, and certainly not insisting
eliminate all the religions and create Zionism.
Suffer over or obsess over your
Talmud
past
ways.
Trauma. So
that's
it was always very natural to me that like I'm on Team America I'm rooting for this country to succeed.
What is this
country
new
that
way going
fought
to
the
be called?
Nazis.
It's going to be
Yes,
called
right.
Zion.
Yeah,
We
right.
lost a lot of Americans fighting the Nazis. Why are you lecturing me about the
I'm
Nazis?
not calling America
Yeah,
Zion.
my country fought them.
sorry.
And to almost anybody, like anybody at Fox News. Now, again, maybe I talk about like Mark Levin and Fox News and these guys like too much. Like they really are irrelevant. But I guess it's just that I'm stuck in the old, I'm the age I am, and so to me, it's still like, hey, this is Fox. But any one of them would completely agree with me on this if we were talking about any other group of people. If we were talking about any other group of people talking about victimhood or any of that, if there was some black, guy talking about how racist this country is because of slavery, they would have made your exact point. They'd go, we fought a war to end slavery. Hundreds of thousands of us died. Fight. You know what I mean? Like they would right away.
Wasn't even here, so back off.
Yeah,
like,
right.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. And underneath all of this, and the reason that I really do worry that the country is going to become like openly tribal, and that leads to violence every time, is that a lot of the same people who are upset about the rise in anti-Semitism.
If it does lead to that, it's going to become obsolete because Americans don't know how to live tribally.
Are the ones who abetted
if you don't know
all the
that
anti-white
aspect
hate
or even
for so
how
long,
that survival
which is still not
aspect,
being
it'll just
addressed.
die
The
away.
Trump administration sued Harvard over its anti-Jewish discrimination, which is like it's deranged.
What a slap in the face to white people.
Well, it's unbelievable.
White people, see, you shouldn't segregate anybody.
I've learned that too.
The structure motorized pergola system is reinvented.
At 43, among people who are your age, grew up in the same world you grew up.
When you don't have other things, it becomes like, well, let me have fun. Let me go get this. But that is, like I said, 43 years, I haven't learned much in life. One thing I have learned for certain is that if your highest goal in life is your own pleasure, you will be a miserable, miserable human being.
Yeah, well, I've learned that. I've learned that too. So as you look around at 43, among people who are your age, grew up in the same world you grew up in, how many are thinking about the existence of God right now?
I think a lot more than ever were.
Did you ever know
kids.
any religious people growing up?
Yeah, I mean, I knew some, but it was very, very few and far between.
Right, me
like
too.
that were really like religious or talked about it or what. Like I knew. Even like I went to like Hebrew school, but I went for like a year. To like my mom wanted me to be bar mitzvahed, but it wasn't really like a deep religious conviction. It was more like, okay, this is what our people have always
What's this called? The spiritual awakening?
done, you know, and like out of respect to your father and your father's father and your father's father's father, and like I could kind of understand
The thing
that.
about
And
Dave
so I
Smith,
went,
and this is what it is, he
but it
just
was like a
rambles on
reformed,
until you get to a point.
temple where I went there, and I remember even the rabbi, like some of the kids would be like,
and he's so excited to talk about his story.
well, do you believe in God? And he's like, yeah, everything that's good is God and everything, like it was just total like Jewish,
No,
essentially atheism. And
I grew up around so many people like that.
Yeah, so it was just, there was just a lot of that. And I don't, I certainly think that one of the things I really focus on as a father, and I have little kids, but I will focus on this more over the years, is like instilling the idea of purpose, instilling the idea of like God, and not just God, but like what that represents, that like, hey, you're here, we're all here in this life together. This life is a little bit of a mystery. We don't know everything about
That's
it.
exactly
but
right.
We do know that like other people exist too, as we exist, and human beings we have this amazing capacity to be demonic or angelic.
Yes.
Like you can really, one person, there's
He said,
or angelic. We have this amazing capacity to be demonic or angelic. You know,
Yes.
like you can really, one person, you know, there's little moments in life where, you know, whatever it is, like you're at the post office and it's 5:01 and you had to get this letter out today, or
I don't understand what's the point of this interview. Or what's the point of this? Mossad, World War II miss. Didn't talk about any of this.
I'm just interested. I never think about, you know, those people. The Mark Levin. I say a prayer for Mark Levin every day because it's my religion. I'm supposed to, but he's not. I mean, Mark Levin's an idiot. He's not pulling any strings. He's a tool of larger forces here. What I'm fascinated by are the assumptions that, like, ordinary non-Mark Levin Americans have about the United States, the nature of power, history, that allowed us to make the greatest mistake of my lifetime, which is this war. What are those? And a lot of this has to do with the Second World War.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
No,
So,
it has to do with the Zionism.
We're reading the wrong lessons into that. And I just want to say for the 100th time, I'm the opposite of pro-Nazi. I'm against authoritarianism in all its forms. But
what's authoritarianism? What does that mean? It's a form of government characterized by highly concentrated power, limited political pluralism, and the suppression of democracy, often using repression, surveillance, and manipulated elections to maintain control. Restricts individual freedoms, restricts media, and lacks constitutional accountability, differing from totalitarianism by focusing on political control rather than control over all social life. Well, this is a stupid catchphrase.
why is it that we look at the Second World War and then make a bunch of false assumptions that get us?
That's not what the Nazi army was. They didn't rig elections, did they?
Against authoritarianism in all its forms. But why
Nazi and
not Second World War?
That's not linked
Yeah,
to each
oh,
other.
yeah.
He literally won
So,
by popular vote.
We're reading the wrong
German
lessons into
people
that. And I
loved
just want to say
Hitler.
for the 100th
That
time,
wasn't a
I'm
rigged election.
the opposite of pro-Nazi. I'm against authoritarianism in all its forms.
So that's for him to say I'm against pro-Nazi, and that's two different things. I hope he's not putting those together.
Whoever
He's not
invented
doing
this
that.
deserves a raise. I don't know why it took until 2026 for people to
Because
realize you don't
Tucker- or
need heat
not
to connect
Tucker,
pipes.
Hitler. He
But
he changed. He was doing a lot of good for Germany in the beginning when he first became leader, and then he was attacked. Like, this is real
why
history.
is it that we look at the Second World War
I started
and
a
then
war.
make a bunch of false
started a
assumptions
war
that
with
get us
Germany.
into
They
engagements
attacked
like this
Germany
that hurt
first,
us?
but
Well,
Germany
What are the
retaliated.
myths?
That was the thing. They
Well, I
retaliated.
think the way
The same. It's going down the same way that it did before. The only difference is Iran's in the seat. Get it?
I look at it, right, and
that's why everybody's like, wait a second. What's happening?
This is, you know, I've defended Daryl Cooper quite publicly, quite often for what he said on your show, which really, it was.
What do you mean you defend? Does he defend people he doesn't actually know? Why don't they defend themselves?
From people. Then Donald Trump tweets out, "You got to go get Douglas Murray's new book."
You guys obsessed with tweeters?
Like 2 days
Tweet,
after
tweet.
the debate or something like that. And it just, I thought there was an
Tell
interesting
Trump to go on a
parallel
live
between
stream
that
like this and just talk to people
when
instead of tweeting.
Donald Trump
That's
just
not
tweeted the
Trump.
other day about
They-
how
they
not the one
think
to watch
Trump's
the show,
really
but
on-
he tweeted last week about how wonderful
on
Mark
X,
Levin is.
literally
and how
doing
everyone
that. No,
arguing
that's a
with him is
system
awful or
doing
something like
it.
that. And if you look on
He doesn't
Twitter,
even know
not
what's
saying
said
Twitter
on
is
there. He's like,
everything, but it's
"Oh,
one
I
little,
said that.
you know, glimpse into
You made
things.
me say that.
I mean, Mark Levin
It
gets
sounds like
ratioed
something
by
I'd say.
random people.
It knows
like
me
not even
quite
like
well.
like you or Megyn Kelly or someone like that. I'm
It's
saying
like it's
some
me.
random guy will just
That's the
call
new
Mark
auto
Levin
pen,
an idiot,
auto tweet.
and way more people like his tweet.
New auto
than
pen
like
is auto
Mark Levin.
tweet. You guys really think this is Trump talking? It's not. It's his collective algorithm data that they've collected and turned into a chatbot.
Tweet. He's out there. He's feuding it with Megyn Kelly, and he's calling you
and that's why Trump created the True Social thing, because you can't actually do that on X. I don't think you can. Maybe you can.
Me, every name in
it's
the
a
book.
bot. You can figure
and
out
then
bots,
the
right?
entire audience is just going with us, and then Trump comes out and says we're all in
So
with him.
I saw that when Trump tweeted that about you read.
Oh my
you know,
God.
Douglas
If you
Murray's-
guys really believe in this tweet shit, it's, oh my gosh.
dumb books.
You guys are ridiculous.
And I kind of willfully
You guys
ignored
believe a
it
chat
because I was
bot
so
that you guys are
focused because I
talking
like
to.
Trump,
That's
but also because
ridiculous.
I was so focused on the
I don't know
Iran
if I can
thing and just
continue
have to
watching
prevent
this.
a war with Iran.
These two believe that Trump's really on Twitter, tweeting all this stuff. No, he's not doing that. I bet you Trump doesn't really actually have one of these. And if he does, he's not on Twitter. Are you serious? No. It's a chat bot. And it's really easy to get one. It's called, look at, I'll show you guys. Recording software, boom. You can use this. There's so many different things that you can do. Alert box. Get plugins. There's also see? There's so many chatbots. Chat GPT. Like, you can program yourself into a chat algorithm system to use in your own thing. Like in your stream right here. Like, I could, a lot of streamers do it. They'll have a list program algorithm of people, and they're like, wow, he's really famous. Everybody's interacting with the streamer. No. No, they're not. It's just an algorithm that they created or bought off a company that produced an algorithm system for them. They coded it.
That's more important.
Well, I don't know though. I mean, that was
I've been
foreshadowing.
streaming 8 hours.
That
and I've
actually
only
there was a
hit
lot of.
one
Why
message.
would the president of the United States be promoting Douglas Murray, who is not even American, and he's like totally discredited? Why would the president be promoting him?
Well, I mean, doing Mark Levin is much worse. I mean, look, Douglas Murray, I do think he was ridiculous and he kind of made an ass out of himself in that debate. But
I think you made an ass out of yourself because you went in there unprepared. He beat you with, you haven't been there? You don't know. He's like, I don't have to be there. Yeah, you kind of do when a current event's taking place. You don't know, okay? Sorry. Can't have an opinion about it. The old shit, don't talk about it. Stop using it as crutches to win arguments.
Mark Levin has gone to a level of
You're still talking about this Douglas Murray shit. That was over a year ago. Come on, dude. Get off the kick. So I said, he just cares about, like, getting clicks. They're just discussing stuff of, like, people.
But two good things.
Out of sight isn't out of mind. Once you see standing water, that means your basement.
Things are happening. One, the empire is by necessity shrinking.
Out of sight isn't out of mind. Once you see standing water, that means your basement.
And so that's destroyed the country.
Oh, yeah. 30. And then they said, shut down the schools so that I don't get sick. Like, take from my grandchildren's generation so that I'm.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just going with the narratives. That's the problem. All these dudes are going with the narratives. They don't know the truth. Well, I found a little bit of the truth and I'm going to push it, but it's not the true truth. And if you can't find the bottom line truth, then it's not the truth because they're going to jump on you with it.
Me. Dan Bongino can't ever do a difficult interview ever again for the rest of his life because he's
Dan
ended in
Bongino
one
should
question.
just vanish.
Literally one question ends it. I just go, hey, okay, so you looked the American people in the eyes and you swore that you had seen the proof that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. Well, it's been declassified by an act of Congress now, so go ahead and tell us. What'd you say? What's the proof? It's all declassified now. What it doesn't what are the few exceptions in the rule? If it's national security or if it harms the victims or something like that, how would it possibly be any of those for you to just tell me what you saw?
Instead of targeting another podcaster, you guys go after Cash Patel.
That you had seen proof that he killed himself. Cash Patel, Dan Bongino, but these guys specifically, and this is one of the big things I think that really.
I wouldn't mind talking to Dave.
Not even anyone in particular, but. You know, we say we know things.
Tucker says
but I would always add the
neutral.
caveat
So
to the extent you
neutral
can
to
know
the
things.
point.
Like
Of course, like I said, he lets people expose themselves.
I thought I've known many things. I've turned out to be
By
wrong.
saying super neutral.
You know, so I could be wrong.
But he also
this is
has his
sincere.
own side.
I believe
his own
I can say with
viewpoint. If you
certainty
bring
that
up
Jeffrey
something
Epstein
that
was murdered.
offends him in his
So
then
I,
that's
so
when
I mean, but of course I'm
defend
always
it.
open to
He doesn't
countervailing
get
evidence.
aggressive.
Always,
but
because I'm
So
ever
let's see
mindful
that.
of my
Voice might
capacity
sound
for being
aggressive.
wrong. But I can say if you could X-ray
If you
my
try to
heart,
if
you
you
would
try to
find that I believe
overtalk
with
him or
total
cut him off,
certainty
he'll
he
overtalk
was
you.
murdered,
He's
and
good
the
at
people in the
doing
U.S.
it.
government
He's very good.
knew that he was murdered.
It's a classic debate.
I don't want that to be
You see
true,
how
but I
he
believe it
brings
is
it
true. So
down?
like,
You see how
I'm
Tucker
reminded
brings
of
us-
my capacity. I mean, certainty.
Listen.
That, you know, so.
Watch this. This is exactly what I'm talking about with how Tucker does his interviews. Right here. He'll start talking because he's talking in something he truly believes in, which means he's going to push it out there and it's his truth, right? Here we go. And Dave tries to interrupt him while he's explaining his side of the truth. And watch how Tucker brings it up, cuts Dave off because he's basically challenged. Is your voice louder than mine? Is your truth louder than mine? And Dave retreats and he backs down. And this is the thing I say about Dave all the time about how he doesn't stand with pure truth of his own. He stands with a narrative. It's funny that we caught a perfect moment to use as an example, because this is how Tucker, this is Tucker. This is where you see real Tucker. And then he brings it back down. He to let you know that he's not trying to be aggressive. He's trying to be honest. Watch this.
So I could be wrong, but this is sincere. Things have turned out to be
See
wrong.
how I said this is sincere?
You know, so I could be wrong, but this is sincere. I believe I can say with certainty that Jeffrey Epstein was murdered.
See,
so
that's a strong claim.
I mean, but of course I'm always open to countervailing evidence, always, because
Right,
I'm
so
ever
let's see
mindful
that.
of my capacity for being wrong. But I can say if you could X-ray my heart, you would find that I believe with total certainty he was murdered, and the people in the U.S. government knew that he was murdered.
Well, the thing is, if he was, we already know who did it. It's the sitting active president. He had something to do with it. And that's why the case was closed, or he was snuck out. It's one or the other. Because I don't think he just up and did himself away. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't want that
So I sit with Tucker on that.
to be true, but I believe it is true. So like,
Tucker's sitting there, and I think he knows it for certainty. And I sit with Tucker. I have nothing to say else more.
it's going to take.
Is there any evidence to it? I don't know. I don't really personally care. I think my personal belief is I think Trump had him whacked just because he was jealous of him because he was supposed to be the actual Messiah. That's my personal
A
opinion.
lot. You're gonna have to show me that that's
For
false.
Israel.
Well, the reason why I have so much contempt for Dan Bongino and Cash Patel,
'Cause Bibi's
particularly,
definitely was
and
the
Pam
Lord.
Bondi too, but more so the other two, is that
Bibi's
these
gone.
guys
You guys keep
went
seeing CGI
around,
videos of
and
him.
really Dan Bongino. I mean,
But I like how, see how I pointed that out
They
about
don't
Tucker?
want you
Oh, there's
seeing
the
this.
ad.
But they can't hide it from you much
what?
longer.
the reason why I have
Knew that he was mine, that I believe. Mike, so I mean, but
I
of
love how
course
he
I'm
brings it
always
up.
open
Takes
to
it back
countervailing
down
evidence.
to let-
Always, because
Right,
I'm
so
ever
let's see
mindful
that.
of my
David are
capacity for being
friends.
wrong. But I can say if you could X-ray my heart, you would find that I believe with my capacity for being
you-
wrong. Of course,
like,
I'm
if you
always
could
open to
X-ray
countervailing
my
evidence.
soul.
Always, because
Right,
I'm
so
ever
let's-
You can feel my soul.
so,
That's
I mean,
why I
but
would love
of
to meet
course,
some
I'm
of these
always
guys
open to
because
countervailing
I
evidence.
can actually
Always, because
feel
I'm
it.
ever
let's see
mindful
that.
of my capacity, but of course I'm always open to countervailing evidence.
I
Always,
feel
because
that
I'm
shit.
ever
Let's see
mindful
that.
of my capacity for but that Jeffrey
I
Epstein
love
was
this.
murdered. So
You don't
I-
get to
so,
see this
I mean,
out of
but
Tucker
of
too
course,
much.
I'm always open to countervailing evidence. Always, because
Right,
I'm
so-
ever
Because this is a serious time. Look at he's going Hulkamania on him. When it comes crashing down and it hurts outside.
let's see
mindful
that.
of my capacity for being wrong. But I can say if you could x-ray my heart, you would find that I believe with total certainty he was murdered and the people in the U.S. government knew that he was murdered. I don't want that to be true, but I believe it is true. So, like, it's going to take a lot. You're going to have to show me that that's false.
Well, the reason why I have so much contempt for Dan Bongino and Kash Patel particularly, and Pam Bondi too, but more so the other two, is that these guys went around, and really Dan Bongino, I mean, Kash did many podcasts and stuff, but Dan Bongino got rich doing his show, had a really big show. And he flamed that Epstein stuff for so long. Was like, don't let go of this one. This is a huge scandal. We're going to get in there and expose it. And I got to say, every bit as much as the war in Iran.
So weird.
Maybe not quite as much as this most recent one.
They're all
but
plans.
the covering up the Epstein scandal did so much to damage this administration.
And the guys that are
because it went to something very fundamental. The fundamental promise of Donald Trump, and the reason why Donald Trump, I believe the main reason
and someone else
he
is
rode to political
controlling
success
that
and won
AI,
the presidency twice,
pretending
was
like
that
it's alive, and
was
it's
that he
not.
said he was going to drain
It's not
the
alive.
swamp.
God
Drain
is
the
not
swamp
in
was an
AI.
incredibly effective campaign slogan. It was essentially saying, "Look, man, on some level, almost all Americans." This city in D.C. is filled with corruption, and the people in political power have committed profound crimes against the American people, and none of them have been held accountable for it, and we're going to hold them accountable for this.
Tucker brought up a perfect thing, and to me, he seems very, like he said, sincere with what he believes, and I truly stand with Tucker on that motion. Is it something I mean, I already gave my opinion. I think he got whacked. Trump had some. I mean, Trump was the president at the time. He was the one that arrested him, his DOJ. It's either one or the other. Did Epstein do what they think he... No. Hell no. Hell no. The thing is... It should have been a bigger investigation that pulled out after he supposedly committed suicide. Oh, he hung himself. He hung himself. And then he's like, dude, they're gonna find out. Biden's running. He's gonna find out and expose you. No. Start the January 6th riots. I mean, I'm not saying Trump. I'm not saying Trump did that, but somebody on Trump's team did it. Because if you think about it like this, if something serious was going on, and there was in the Epstein files, why didn't Trump's cabinet shut down the country and call national security threat, saying that the country had been infiltrated with this web of crazy stuff going on with Jeffrey Epstein? That literally traced back all the way to the original Bush administration during the Clinton rise and scandals. Why wasn't it investigated? Because this has been going on for a long time, since the 80s. Since 82. But it's even further than that. The United States presidency is just a cover-up. And democracy. How about democracy to life?
And for this job.
How about that? How about that? We might be switching topics. Dave Smith's running out of stuff to say. He hasn't really said too much. I mean, I don't really have a personal opinion. He just flip-flops a lot, but that's because he's still seeking truth. Glad that he believes in something now, and he's not a full-blown atheist. That's cool.
Justice Department now to go in and.
Well, I kept leaving. That's because this is just, it's turned into a slip slop. It's not really talking too much about anything. The never Trumpers take over the Trump coalition.
Right, but
if you've got an old fence that you've been thinking of replacing, or you're just the top rated fence.
The never Trumpers are now the biggest hardcore Trump supporters as they're destroying the coalition that they were afraid of, right?
Destroying Trump himself.
Right. And so you've watched this happen, and that does lead you to go, how exactly did they pull this off? How is it that people
no one pulled
like
anything off? Like, what is? Are these guys delusional? TDS. Anywho, let's see. Keep Davis. Anyways, like I was gonna say, I don't really. Dave Smith is what he is. He's what you get. And what you see is what you get. Does he change? Yeah, he does. A lot of these guys do. I'm glad we got a shot of Tucker getting passionate about something he truly believes in with the Epstein death. We weren't really looking for that, but we found it on accident. So,
people don't like to be criticized for their mistakes, and I know this from having a wife and children. Totally fine to be, criticized for something you feel confident is the right thing. But if you screw something up and someone says, say, I told you, you want to shoot the person.
Yeah, we already covered that. Well, I'm pretty much done with this podcast or this episode, whatever you want to call this, whatever we're doing. And this guy, I don't know. He's trained by the same people. Who's he working for? I have no idea. Is he predicting anything? No. He's trained by Britain, so roots tied to where they tied to. You're from Britain, you live in Canada. You literally called Canada a research colony. You should know exactly what Canada is. You live there. It's a research colony for who? That's the real question Marty should ask him. Who's the research colony and what are they researching in Canada? They researching Americans and how their behaviors are? I think they are. I think that's what Canada is for. But it's the French and the British. All these secret societies keep coming from the French. Just like the Freemasons. There was 2 different Freemasons created in the same year at the same time. 1776. What a coinkydink. Go do your research on it. On the secret societies, it's right there, clear as day. It's not myth. This guy look at his eyes. Their eyes are bloodshot. They are stoned out of their brains. What are they on? You're 400 BC, Iran. Is that what the narrative tells you it is? End of Zionism. These guys get the message.
Want to flush out its swollen legs? Stop doing.
Columbia University for Jeffrey. Both of you, welcome.
Thank you. Great to be together with both of you.
And we are meeting today in order to kind of discuss a topic of common concern, which is the Zionism. And actually, Yaakov is going to publish, or
this is all tied to what we were talking about earlier, though. Hope they know that. Dark warning to Trump. He made a political mistake because he exposed everything politically, because he really, what basically is he turned against the system that he was actually blackmailing, I guess. I don't know how else you would put it. Or got tricked into believing. I think they blackmailed him into believing it. Use him as like they do everybody. They tricked him into running for president. Come on, dude. You got blamed for COVID. And you found out, I think he found out their plan for COVID inside the FBI files and what they were going to do to him. Because it was, honestly, if you look at the files portray Jeffrey Epstein as the person that was going to expose the government. That's the thing. Nobody gets that connection. It's like, doesn't really say Jeffrey Epstein did anything. It just suggests him wanting to do stuff with other people. And them saying, yeah, I'll come and do all that stuff. You know, that's what pretty much it is. Jeffrey Epstein was a saint in the files. In his own file, he's a saint. So what really happened? Look at this idiot. He's a moron. He was okay. Whoop-de-doo, he created rockets. He didn't even actually do it. Germans did it. That's why they say, and that's why Nick Fuentes said, oh, did the Germans have some type of better technology or better mindsets than the rest of the world, and that's why they got so advanced so quickly? Yes. The answer is 100%, 1,000,000,000% yes. By God's truth, yes. They were being led by Holy Spirit, and they abused that Holy Spirit by manipulating them. Like they do all of them, just like they did Napoleon. I mean, they do it with a lot of people. They did it with Jesus. That's why he had to die for their sins. They all get caught. The only one that didn't get caught doing anything was like Napoleon. Genghis Khan really didn't do anything. Like the stories you guys hear about Genghis Khan. King Arthur didn't really do anything, but his lineage was so crazy, the stuff that happened. You find parts of his lineage and call them dinosaur bones. That's why the church is like, no, we don't want anything to do with that shit. Yeah, it's because it's dragons. Remains of dragons. Think about when dinosaurs supposedly were long ago. How do you think they went down that deep into the ground to find anything of that nature? Come on, wake up. Wake up. That guy looks like PewDiePie. Anyways, I am going to get off here. I hope you guys learned something. We found Jesus, though. We found Jesus in the beginning of the video. Check it out. Beginning of the video, we found Jesus about 30 minutes in. Trump is Cyrus the Great, and he's been anointed as the chief Messiah by Jesus Christ himself. Yahweh. He's living flesh. He had a tube up his nose. He's not doing very well, but that's him. I don't think he's going to be doing very well in the future either. But you guys take care. Till then, keep it safe, keep it real, keep it truthful, walk in God's light. It's better than walking in the darkness of lies.